Prologue. The village of Fontaine-en-Chanty was a town within a city, tucked inside a park. Ordinary Parisians were unaware of its existence, which was exactly how its citizens wished it to remain, discreet and exclusive, an idyllic oasis. To enter, one had to possess the magic needed to pass through the secret portal. The threshold lay concealed inside a grove of crabapple trees. Marcel Clement possessed the inborn magic. He pulled his elegant coach to the side of Avenue Montaigne and approached the row of blossoming trees. Working the leather rein straps in his right hand, he guided Felix and Fifi, steering the coach towards the threshold. Their hooves clopped heavily over the cobblestones. The sweet fragrance of pale pink crabapple blossoms delighted the animal's senses just as much as it pleased Marcel's. They let out soft nickers as they approached the trees. "I'm glad you like them," he said aloud to his team. "This side is much more pleasant than the other." He laughed, but his laugh ended in a sharp intake of breath as he prepared himself, calming his nerves. He drove the two half-Pegasean coach through the green foliage and pink petals, ducking beneath branches, securing his hat on his head with his rein-free hand. He, Felix and Fifi, and his fine vehicle passed through the enchanted portal and rolled into town. Quaint thatched roof homes and shops lined La Rue Principale. Villagers waved at him. Young girls beamed at the sight of the coach driver, a handsome, slim young man of 23. Though modest and a bit shy, Marcel caught many female gazes with his bronze skin and curly black hair, features of his mixed African and French bloodlines. He waved back to the townspeople, exchanging polite bonjours. This morning he needed to be at headquarters at 10 o'clock sharp. The thought filled him with ice-cold dread. Cold air seeped from the skin of his hands, chilling his leather gloves from inside to outside. La Rue Principale extended the length of the town and ended with the building of Le Conseil Suprême, a stately, chateau-like building with a tall spire topped with the blue and gold banner of France's Mage nation. As a little boy, Marcel knew it as the building where Papa worked. Now it was where he had to report to his boss for his assignments as an officer's hired spy. A new assignment had been decreed to him, to train as Le Conseil's official executioner. Fear squeezed his chest as he approached the headquarters building. He drove to the side path, past his ominous fountain pool, and decided to park the coach on the back lawn. He unhitched Felix and Fifi from his coach, freeing them from their harnesses and reins for some much-deserved rest. Before turning to leave, he removed his gloves and gave them each a pat on the muzzle. "I won't be long, I promise." They flicked their tails as if reassured. Fifi bent her head to nibble on the lawn behind Le Conseil Suprême's building. Felix gave a soft nicker and did the same. Marcel hoped he could get through the next hour without fainting. Soon he would return to his team, leave this village, and resume driving his ordinary Saint-Magie passengers in the streets of Paris after this test of power. "You are commanded to train in the presence of Lord Bertrand," Alexis Sauvage's exact words. Alexis approached him with quick and determined strides across the lawn, his silver LCS badge glinting on the lapel of his dark frock coat. "Bonjour." Marcel forced an affable smile as he greeted his boss. "You should have stabled them," Alexis hissed at Marcel through his teeth. "They're damaging property, and our mage lord is up in his balcony watching us at present." Magic, Alexis. Marcel thought in silence, knowing the officer would be reading his mind anyway. Surely someone around here knows a good incantation to regrow the grass. "Then you better do it and have the lawn repaired before you leave our village." "I will. No worries." Marcel gave an obedient nod, his lips still fixed in a soft smile. Cool and calm, all right. An overcast but bright sky loomed above the village's pristine streets and green lawns. Marcel squinted and shaded his eyes, craning his neck to see where Bertrand was observing them. The squat, aging man, his silver pompadour wig styled to make him appear taller, sat perched above them in the tower balcony of headquarters outside his office. Casually leaning on a balustrade in front of his office's open wooden doors, the man held a glass of wine in one of his pale hands. Bartholomé Bertrand, Mage Lord was eager to watch the prisoner's torture, possibly death, like a Roman emperor in a gladiator fight. Marcel looked away. Here she comes. Are you prepared, physically and mentally? Alexis paced back and forth. His tied-back tail of dirty blonde hair swung as he turned to face Marcel. You ought to be thrilled for the honor, Clement. He looked the young man up and down. I thought you would come dressed better for the occasion. Marcel stared at his feet, in his well-scuffed coachman's boots, bending to pick up a few silvery horsehairs clinging to his tan breeches. He looked up to see two people approaching, Officer Roux and a woman. Do I have to hurt a woman? He drummed up a soothing melody in his mind, using all his weary brain cells to keep his thoughts blank and his emotions mellow. Just the music. Violins, cellos. I always liked this melody. Suppose I'll play it again. Officer Nicholas Roux had returned from the depths of the glass dungeon with the chosen prisoner. He walked in slow steps across the lawn, escorting a painfully thin woman in a loose nightgown-like dress. She shuffled beside him with the stiff gait of someone who hadn't been able to walk very far in quite a long time. She hugged herself to keep steady, squinting her eyes as if unused to the sunlight of the outdoors. She looked to be in her early 30s, yet her face was haggard and her dull blonde hair hung in strings. Who knows how long it's been since this lady last saw the sky? The music in Marcel's mind faded. I know how long it's been, Alexis replied with a haughty air. About 4 years ago. I brought her down myself. Thank you for answering my question, Alexis, though I hadn't meant to ask it. Marcel couldn't control the sarcasm flavoring his words. Always glad to hear of your law enforcement victories. Alexis gave him a sour look. He left Marcel's side and his mind to approach the newcomers. Bonjour, Nicholas. He greeted Roux as if they were in attendance at a garden party before he addressed the woman. Bonjour, Lucie. A smirk formed on his face. You look different. Wasted away. No more pretty face. Roux let go of the lady's arm. You convicted her by your mind-reading interrogation in 1772, Sauvage, correct? Yes, quite hard to forget the Mademoiselle Lucille Renée Alarc, guilty of the ultimate crime, resulted in an interbred sans-magie child. Alexis approached Lucille, reaching out to place his long index finger on her temple, poking it. Marcel winced. He was quite familiar with this treatment. So, was he worth it? Alexis leaned forward as she jerked her head back from his touch. He's likely well over you by now, I'm certain. Your son won't know you. Did you think you could run far enough away from me? Us? So you could marry the useless fool. He stepped back, giving Lucille a wide-eyed look. Go to hell? He let out a self-satisfied laugh. He must have heard her thought words. You haven't changed one bit, Lucy. I think you're the one headed to an afterlife quite soon. It might just be today. How well does he know this lady? Alexis spun on his heel. Clement, step forward. Marcel took tentative steps closer to Lucille and forced himself to look into her eyes. Bloodshot, brown, more sad than frightened. He gave her a polite nod and tried to send her a silent message, in case she happened to be another mind reader. My sincerest apologies, mademoiselle. No need for sincere apologies. Alexis smirked at him before addressing the prisoner. Lucy, this is Marcel Clement, my spy agent and protégé. He gestured to him, his voice light, as if it were a dinner party and not torture or death training. Despite his innocent-looking face, he's much colder than you realize. He raised his eyebrows. Just use your gift. Mon ami. Use your gift, Monsieur Clement. Officer Roux's voice was deep and stern. Lucille looked at Marcel with a raised chin, expressionless. She was imprisoned for no crime other than who she'd chosen to love, and today, Le Conseil Supreme had chosen her as their scapegoat. Marcel's heart hammered in his chest. Despite his earlier efforts to stay calm and cool, he couldn't harm anyone as a Cryomancien, unless he was extremely angry or frightened. He felt no anger. though his terror grew as eyes of judgment loomed. Disobedience was treason, and treason was death. He inhaled a shaking breath and pointed his finger at her, having never done this to a human being. Zélie d'Onigles. Biting cold and a leaping force erupted from the tip of his right index finger. The kickback, like a pistol, made him lose his footing for a split second. Lucille gave a gasping cry as the spell hit. White, translucent ice encased her entire body, forming a glass-like layer. Her eyes squeezed shut while her mouth hung open in agony. She tottered and fell like a downed tree. The ice sheet made a cracking sound as she collapsed forward, stiff as a statue, landing on the grass with a sickening thump. Marcel took a step back, shivering from the blast of cold and his own horror. Shards and chunks broke from the woman's form, peeling from her limbs as her legs and arms trembled. Glistening in the spring sun, they melted, quickly, hastened by her body heat. Her movement slowed and then stilled inside the breaking ice cocoon. Mon Dieu, no! Was this just enough? He thought of some music in case Alexis caught on to his thinking. Violins. He closed his eyes to what he'd just done. Her gasps and sounds of life made him open them again. The ice over Lucille's nose and mouth broke away, enough for her to let out heaves of breath, a whimper of pain. She shivered, more ice peeling off and falling like broken glass. Her back and chest racked with loud sobs as her hand broke free to clutch her forehead. That's all? Alexis lingered beside Marcel with his arms crossed. A layer of frost. Do what you did to the giant tree. And to your damned baguette at our Lord's inauguration banquet. Put some anger into it. Lucille was a human being, not a baguette on a dinner plate. Marcel used a different spell method and words than what he'd shown the man in the past. No way in hell or earth would he ever say or think transformé anglais to a person. He said Zélie d'Onigles instead. Alexis didn't notice. The man could be so ignorant sometimes with his ego. As long as he continued to not notice. Lucille's face was shining wet, her skin a shade of purple. She sobbed from pain as the ice melted over her, the cotton fabric of her gown soaked. Do it again, Alexis commanded. From the corner of his eye, Marcel could sense his smug, golden stubbled face and cross-armed stance. Rue picked the woman up by the armpits like a rag doll to force her to stand. Ice chunks falling from her body like shingles blowing off an old roof. He stepped away, and she found the strength to stand on her own wobbly feet. She gasped and heaved for air. Marcel closed his eyes for a moment, the sound of violins and cellos in his mind calming him. A milder one this time, thinner ice. Zélie d'Onigles. His voice had gone weary as he pointed to the prisoner. A cold prick bit his fingertip with another surge of power. A new layer of ice formed over her, this one as transparent as water. Once more, the lady toppled forward and lay prone. The ice layer crackled, peeled off, and melted from the warming sun. Once it had melted from her face, she let out more loud cries of pain between gasps of breath, uttering something that sounded like, "Please." "One more time," said Alexis. "No, this is enough." Rue raised a hand to stop. "Thank you, Officer Rue." "I'm not sure he's ready yet, Sauvage." Rue's aging face was pallid. "I knew another Cryomancien once. Their ability to unleash massive ice is controlled by emotion. Clement isn't in a high enough emotional state to cast a fatal spell. He needs to kill on demand." "You think he can't?" Alexis narrowed his eyes. "He's not ready." Rue looked up at Lord Bertrand as he sat perched up on the balcony. "What is your opinion on this trainee, Lord Bertrand?" The senior officer called up to him, giving the mage lord a brief nod of respect. The woman sobbed on the grass, in pain but very much alive. "Try him again on the 3rd of June. Bertrand's voice echoed from the balcony. "The day of a prisoner's scheduled execution. If this man can't kill by freezing then, he'll be considered an insubordinate traitor." "What?" Terror fell over Marcel like a cold avalanche. "I'm looking at him, and I can see the word traitor in blood-red letters with my eye of prophecy." Bertrand's eyes bugged even at the distance of the 2-story height. Marcel dipped his head just enough for it to count as a bow before he looked away to his parked coach, to Felix and Fifi. Merde, I want to get out of here. Beneath his feet, where he stood, the grass frosted over, his toes chilled. Lucille sobbed, her crying now quieter. Was her pain lessening? Or could she still die? Monsieur Clement. Bertrand called down to him, more a statement than any sort of question. Forcing himself to look up, he thought of asking, Yes, Lord Bertrand, but he couldn't make his throat work to say it. He stood as straight and silent as the brave Saint-Magie soldiers out in the city. My eye of prophecy rarely lies, Bertrand declared. Part of me wants to send you down to follow the mademoiselle to the dungeon at this very moment. Your father would be ashamed of you. My father was ashamed of all of us. Maman, Jason, and me. He looked to Alexis, but the officer's attention was on the mage lord. My lord, I can understand why you would suspect such. Alexis spoke to the mage lord, casting an accusing eye at Marcel. My junior agent has a spirit of rebellion about him. Will our thoughts and tone of voice condemn us now? Marcel wanted to scream out in protest. The back of his eyes stung. His blood felt cold. It's very subtle, Alexis continued. His behavior speaks of resistance to me, and a clear preference for associating with Saint-Magie out in the city. Associating with Saint-Magie, you say? Bertrand's voice went sharp, chilling. Marcel's stomach felt as if he just cast transphobie anglaise on his own insides. While the mage authority spoke, Lucille whimpered on the grass in her wet prison gown. Her cries were a painful warning to what may happen if one associates too closely with non-mages. Oui, Lord Bertrand. Alexis's head nodded several times in reverence. His excuses is to make money for his mother. Philippe Clement's former wife, as you may recall. Yes, Philippe Clement, a loyal member and colleague back in the day. Bertrand shifted his body on his easy chair, letting his wine goblet levitate. At least one of his children turned out to be a mage. This one. Bertrand's eyes bugged in Marcel's direction as he took hold of his drink. He hasn't committed any proven acts of treason. Alexis stood still in a soldier's position, arms at his sides instead of his usual restless pacing. Yet, he needs to be monitored, which I plan to do. He bowed low and held the position with a look of calm humility. It made Marcel almost want to snort laugh from the irony of it, except laughing was the last thing he wanted to do. Lucille lay not far away, taking deep breaths and massaging her head with trembling, frostbitten fingers. Can Rue at least put a warming spell on her? For God's sake. Sauvage. Do monitor him for evidence of treason. Bertrand directed from his perch above. It would be a pity to have him executed. Philippe's boy, no less. The grass Marcel stood on collected a film of frost, cold seeping into his toes. Am I that doomed now? None the less, he must report here on the 3rd of June. Bertrand took a sip of his wine. He has great potential as an executioner. That day with the condemned man will be his only chance to prove it. If he resists my request, he dies at the hand of the fire-wielding mage, young Monsieur Paulin. I've chosen him as an alternate if Clement fails. Marcel's clenched hands shook. His heart seemed to freeze into a large hailstone. Bertrand peered over his balcony. Sauvage and Rue, report to my meeting at 1 o'clock. The Lord of Mages carried his wine goblet as he disappeared inside the open doors of his office. Very well, then. Alexis's eyes had gone wide with an unnerved look. Marcel sensed a chink in the man's confident armor. Lucille still lay prone on the ground, trembling and gasping. Marcel looked to his cold feet and his scuffed boots, shuffling them in the frost-tinged grass, clearing all thoughts. He poked at the patch of green clovers with his toe, melting the frost, and remembered he would need to fix the headquarters lawn after Felix and Fifi had eaten from it. Rue helped Lucille to her feet in the kindest manner he could manage, considering the circumstance. The layers of ice on the lady's body fell off, only a few sparkling bits clinging to her soaked prison-issue gown. She found the strength to stand and shuffle walk. Marcel wanted to tell the woman, Je suis désolé, in his mind, or better yet, say the apology out loud, but like a damned coward, he valued his life and freedom too much. Mademoiselle, said Rue, I'll find a staff member to give you a healing potion once you're back in your cell. At least someone here had a shred of humanity, Marcel thought. Alexis crossed his arms, pacing back and forth in his swaggering manner now that Bertrand was no longer observing. Nicholas, I still say you're much too soft. Clement thinks you have a shred of humanity. Sauvage, I am in charge of the prisoner at the moment. Rue's reply came with an authoritative nod. Lucille inhaled a pained breath and finally spoke, her eyes fixed on Marcel with despair. Why didn't you kill me, young man? Why? The pain in her voice made him feel like a monster. Better to die today than to live more of this torture. Alexis, you're a vile bastard. I swear someday. Her words were cut off. Rue must have put a bouchée de coal hex on her to keep the peace in this idyllic village of the Mage folk. The officer and the prisoner walked away in slow steps around the building. Rue escorted her back to the fountain pool, the entry portal of the glass dungeon. A barb of stinging guilt added to the ice of terror in Marcel's chest. She hadn't expressed contempt towards him. As her physical torturer, only his superior officer. That was only a slight consolation. He thought it was rather interesting that Lucille called Alexis by his first name. He called her Lucy. They must have had a past. He sensed the man coming closer and let his musings run wild. Perhaps she rejected him long ago in their school days. Were they ex-lovers? Did she find the Saint-Magie man more pleasing under the bedsheets? Clement! Marcel looked at him with fiend innocence. Yes? The officer's blue eyes were icy daggers. 1 month from now, it will be the real thing. Marcel nodded. He played the sound of African drums in his mind, rather than thinking any more verbal thoughts. Alexis looked to the balcony where Bertrand had been sitting. If you're useful in getting that case closed, you have a better chance of not being suspected of insubordination. I'll try my best. Get out there to mundane Paris, then. If you so love it. Keep working on Mathilde's case. Yes, officer. Marcel put on as subservient a tone as he could muster. After restoring the grass, Felix and Fifi munched on. Just saying restaurer l'herbe worked fine. Marcel readied his creatures and climbed into his driver's seat. He raced with his team out of Fontaine and Chantilly in a squeak of axles and jingling harnesses. He drove through the village's portal gate, surrounded by a canopy of leafy trees. A sucking whoosh sound irritating his ears. As he left the town, he returned to the busy streets of Paris, eager to perform his mundane job as a hired coachman. Chapter 1. An elegant chateau outside Paris was the country home of the noble de Brumont family. The Marquise and Marchioness' only daughter, the beautiful Lady Evangeline de Brumont, was betrothed to marry a high-ranking prince related to the King of France himself. As fitting with the custom of aristocrat households, they employed a good-sized staff of servants. On a sunny May morning, the family and 3 members of the retinue were to leave for a trip to the prince's castle in the Lorraine region of eastern France. Adelaide Fortier, a household maid, walked ahead of Lady Evangeline. The 2 young women were complete contrasts, one a slender and elegant blonde of high society, the other full and buxom, a sturdy girl accustomed to manual labor. The latter carried travel bags, stopping in her tracks to wait for her ladyship so she could walk alongside her. Both girls wore simple dresses and straw sun hats for the day's travel. I must spend hours cooped up in a carriage with mother and father. Evangeline closed her eyes as if to brace herself. It will be dreadful to listen to her narrate the rest of my life in front of me. Adelaide's heart swelled with empathy, knowing the girl's mother. You could perhaps take a book to read, your ladyship. The Marquis's daughter shook her head. I've read all the books I own. Adelaide reached into her own bag. After rummaging a bit, she took out a small book with a floral fabric cover sewn over it. She gave a quick glance to see if Evangeline's parents were nearby. They weren't. It's Diderot's The Indiscreet Jewels. It's hilarious. Adelaide's voice was a hushed whisper. Her lips spread in a dimpled grin. "Is it inappropriate for me?" Lady Evangeline tucked her neatly pinned blonde hair under her ribbon-tied bonnet. "Quite inappropriate," Adelaide giggled. The two cast their eyes to the Marquis and Marchioness, who followed their valet with the family's luggage. "I sewed a cover on it, clumsily, of course. Just sit across from them so they won't see what you're reading." Evangeline brightened. "Merci, Adelaide." She slipped the book into the skirt pocket of her dress before approaching her parents. Adelaide's sister, Emilie, and her fiancé, Luc Bisset, stood at the circle drive in front of the chateau, assisting the family of three as they gathered around the coach. Adelaide hoped Emilie didn't see her giving Evangeline that book. She'd likely admonish her for it. She could just hear Emilie now. "If his honor and her ladyship find out you gave her forbidden literature, you'd surely be dismissed." "Mademoiselle Adelaide." Marchioness Marie de Roumont spoke in a clipped tone as she approached. "At every rest stop, please see to Evangeline. Freshen up her hair and makeup for public appearances." "I will, your ladyship." Adelaide bowed her head, her hands folded. "Mother," Lady Evangeline cut in, "if I wish her to fix my hair, I shall ask her myself. It's not as if I'm the queen, you realize. No one in the villages will even care much about us." "They will, dear." Marie's forehead wrinkled. "Jacques will announce our presence at each stop." "Adelaide, don't do my hair unless I ask." The girl gave a cheeky smile to her maid. She patted the side of her skirts, where the contraband book lay. My orders. Adelaide stood with her hands still folded, glancing back and forth between each noblewoman. She wasn't quite sure whom to obey at this moment, her ladyship Evangeline, or her ladyship Marie. Fortunately, the Marquis Henry de Roumont came to her rescue, siding with his daughter. "Ma petite, it is up to you." He loosened his white cravat, preparing to board his coach. Adelaide caught Evangeline's eye. The two shared relieved grins. "We cannot waste time. I hope to arrive at Prince Christopher's palace by 7 in the evening on the night of the 27th. He nodded to his slightly annoyed wife and held out his arm for her. "Come along, dear." The valet, Jacques, held open the door for the couple and their daughter to board. "I hope you stay comfortable, your ladyship." Adelaide stepped away from the family's coach. Lady Evangeline paused with one foot on the step, pulling the small book from her skirt pocket. "I shall be fine, thank you," she assured her maid. "Enjoy the ride with Emilie and Monsieur Luc." "I will." Adelaide glanced at her sister and future brother-in-law. They stood nearby with their arms linked, a lovely, newly engaged couple. The petite and slender Emilie was dwarfed by the tall, strapping Luc, a man whom Adelaide had grown to love like a brother. The three staff members watched Lady Evangeline climb into the carriage next to her parents. "Adieu," she waved to her staff members before the valet closed the door. "Adieu," Adelaide and Emilie waved back in unison. "We hope to see you later today, your honor, your ladyship," Luc called to the master and mistress of the house. After the family's coach rolled away, the second coach arrived through the gate, arranged for the three staff members. "I'm glad you chartered this coach, Luc." Emily's radiant happiness was so evident on her face. "It looks big and comfortable." "He charges an insanely low rate. Adelaide." He crossed his arms, a teasing smirk on his face. "Your beau is here." "Oh, Luc, the coach driver and I just talked a little. Don't be presumptuous." Adelaide gave a light, embarrassed laugh. "I promise I won't tease you any more, Addie." Luc stuffed his hands in his waistcoat pockets and stepped forward. The retinue's coach rolled into the half-circle drive, the two gray horses' steps clipping in rhythm until the driver brought them to a halt. Adelaide watched in admiration. Felix and Fifi, he calls them. Lovely horses. "Good morning, mon ami." Luc greeted the familiar coachman Marcel. "Everything is working well and fine? Horses fed and rested?" "Yes, rested, fed, and happy to leave the city. Bonjour, ladies." He gave Adelaide and Emilie a warm smile, removing his hat and revealing his short-cropped black curls. Adelaide's heart quickened. She developed a serious crush on the hired coachman after getting to know him in the city. Worse yet, Luke and Emilie knew it. "Bonjour, Marcel," she greeted, clutching her travel bag. He jumped from his buckboard to help her and Emilie stow their things inside. "I'll take that for you, Mademoiselle Adelaide." Marcel picked up Adelaide's baggage. She'd attempted to pack as light and practical as her sister. He set the bags carefully inside the cab floor, rummaging inside for a few moments to arrange them neat and spit-spot. He's an Emilie sort of person, Adelaide surmised. Orderly and perfectionistic, perhaps. He stood straight and faced her. "How have you been?" "I've been well, thank you." Adelaide tried to keep a lid on the butterflies that his face and smile were letting loose inside her. "We appreciate your willingness to drive for us." "I'm willing." He smiled, though she thought the smile was forced. "Luke said it's 2.5 days of travel. How many towns will we go through?" "We'll stop in Troyes for certain. It's a third of the way there." Marcel checked his map, but after Troyes, it's only small villages. "I hope you ladies don't mind seeing wilderness." He met Adelaide's gaze with a look of shy apology. Worry came over her. She'd never traveled far in her sheltered life. "This is the first long trip we've ever taken," she said, partly to herself, yet blurting it to the coachman. "Adelaide, I will make sure all of you are safe." His dark eyes were warm and kind. "Thank you." How sweet, she thought, watching him take Emilie's baggage. Luke's loud, attention-grabbing voice pulled Adelaide out of the moment. "I ought to take extra precautions for safety," he announced. "I'll collect the tools we might need in case of emergency. I can fix a broken wheel like magic. Don't worry." Luke still possesses quite the air of self-pride, Adelaide thought. Yet if anyone ever earned the right to a giant ego, it was him. "I will bring a few shovels, a torch stick, and, well, I'll go collect them now." Luke rushed back on swift feet to the chateau, like a soldier on a mission. Emilie tied the white chin ribbon of her bonnet. "This will be an adventure, Addie, and we can trust Luke if any problems come up." "You're right." Adelaide retied the blue ribbon of her new spring bonnet. I couldn't trust anyone more. She and Emilie shared a knowing look of recollection about that frightful day last winter when they had been assaulted. Luke had fought off 2 men at once after the thuggish fools attacked the sisters in the forest. Adelaide still had nightmares about that disgusting man holding his knife to her throat, wrestling her down into the snow. She hoped he was forever blinded by her fingernail gouging his eye. Luke saved their lives, their warrior hero, and Adelaide and Emilie were forever devoted. "Ladies." A familiar voice came from the direction of the chateau, while Adelaide and Emilie stood waiting for Luke to return. The kitchen servant, Armand, a graying fellow between 55 and 60, approached. He took off his hat and wiped his brow. "I wanted to see you off before you left. Where's Luke?" "He went to fetch some things. Here he comes." Adelaide pointed in Luke's direction as he returned, his hands full of tools. "Luke, where is it you're traveling? I need to know." Armand's pale, weary face was etched with concern. Wrinkles formed a row on his forehead. "Lorraine region." Luke began laying the tools inside the coach cab, with Marcel offering his helping hand. "To a prince's castle?" Armand stand with his hands clasped. "Yes." Luke gave Armand an exasperated shake of his head. Adelaide and Emilie sensed that the elder servant wasn't himself lately. For the last week, he'd been full of doom, gloom, and nerves. Perhaps Armand isn't comfortable working without Luke around, Adelaide thought. "What is the prince's name?" he pressed. "Armand, I don't see why that would be a concern of yours." Luke waved him off with a light laugh of dismissal. "Relax. You'll be fine, and we'll be fine. I'm going on this trip, and you can't stop me. Mon ami." Armand's shoulders sagged. He seemed to deflate. Marcel stepped forward and gave the man the same warm look of care and concern he'd given Adelaide. "You seem concerned, monsieur. Are you all right?" Armand shook his head. "Just worried. Never mind me." He fidgeted with his vest buttons, his voice trembling slightly.
I have a bad feeling about this. That's all.
Marcel and Armand looked at each other for a split second, frowning. It was as if both of them were slightly wondering if this journey would lead to some sort of danger and calamity. This is all so odd, Adelaide thought. Luke snorted a laugh, interrupting whatever silent question Armand and the coachman had for each other.
Armand, quit fretting. We'll see you in a week. Poor Armand looked as if he were about to cry. Overcome with concern, both Adelaide and Emilie rushed to give him a goodbye hug.
Luke's right, said Emilie, her hand grasping Armand's shoulder. We're going to have a wonderful time at the prince's castle. We will, Adelaide concurred, giving the man a soft smile. A wonderful time, and we're really going to miss you. Please don't be upset.
I'll try, he said in a whisper. I dearly hope you end up having a good time.
He turned to walk away, the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The three of them boarded the coach, Luke and Emilie climbing into the cab, while Adelaide sat up in the driver's seat so she could socialize with the coachman. Nothing improper about that, she thought, with sunny joy.
I was hoping you'd sit up here and keep me company again.
Marcel flashed her a pleased smile. The two carriages rolled through blossoming meadows and verdant hills. Luke and Emilie rode inside the coach's cab, enjoying the view despite the cramped space stuffed with luggage, tools, and various items. Luke squinted at the faint patterns of smoky fog climbing to the cab's ceiling above his head.
Someone was smoking a pipe, I think.
He must have had a recent passenger with a pipe. I don't smell anything.
True. It's not odorous, at least.
Luke rubbed his fatigued eyes.
I feel like taking a nap.
He covered his mouth to yawn.
Yesterday was busy, making sure everyone would be all right without us.
The way you speak, you would expect one of the staff to set the chateau on fire. Madame Chabon is in charge. She has an eagle eye.
You're right. Sometimes I think His Honor should have appointed her as head servant, not me. Maybe Armand just didn't want to be left alone with her.
He leaned forward to kiss her on the lips. Her soft hazel eyes mesmerized him with their beauty as he tried to deepen the kiss with his eager tongue. Alas, Emilie set a gentle hand on his cheek and pulled away. Always so chaste and proper. You can take a nap, sweetheart. Her blush belied her prim posture on the coach seat. I have a pile of sewing her ladyship gave to me.
I'll try to take a nap. At least I don't have as many vivid dreams anymore. I always wonder if they're my lost memories, but Aunt Mathilde said nothing about me being a soldier.
But your dreams had royal people in them, and that came true, didn't it? Since now you live and work for them. Emilie's lips formed a smile, and Luke's heart sang with newfound joy. Another moment of her bringing golden light into his heart that had once been bitter and rotten. Never again would he allow himself to wallow in that wretched mindset.
Yes, you're right.
Luke reached to clasp Emilie's hand.
They might have been premonitions more than a past event. That doesn't explain the war dreams.
The war dream could be a symbol of something else. The fight when you defended Addie and me. She pulled her travel bag in her lap and took out her sewing kit, then bent to open the latch on a trunk containing Evangeline's folded garments to mend.
True.
But about your past, sweetheart, I was wondering, have you ever met anyone around Paris lately who knew you from school? If you went to school as a boy. Always trying to help me reclaim my memories, Luke thought. Yet, no matter what, they were still as blank as new paper. To be honest, Luke was caring less about his brain illness now. He had the present day and a future to live for, with Emilie by his side.
No, he mumbled in response. I haven't met anyone who knew me from any school. Last year I met an army officer who thought I looked exactly like a prince.
Emilie laughed lightly. A prince? She reached down and took up her sewing. But you actually do, because Lady Evangeline mentioned something to us about how you look a little like some members of the d'Orleans. She's seen their portraits, and the family's met a few of them, including their majesties.
The D what? The d'Orleans? The family of the king himself? Emilie smiled fondly, softening her slight tease about Luke's lack of knowledge. And that's who we're visiting. It's the king's younger cousin and his wife. That makes me nervous. Don't be nervous. At least they'll have good food and wine. She suppressed a sweet, blushing smile. Oh, Luke. I'll stick with his honor. Suppose I'll be a big joke for them due to my Orleans face. Good night, day, Emilie. I'm going to sleep. All right. I love you. Sweet. No, don't dream. Just rest. I hope to. Luke closed the curtain over the window to his left and reclined in the seat, drifting off. Marcel drove his team of Felix and Fifi, their harnesses squeaking as the coach rattled over the uneven road. The animals' twin gray posteriors rippled from their muscle and effort, tossing their manes and trotting in perfect rhythm. The Mage spy's equine companion seemed chipper and happy to be let loose from the city. He felt very much the same. Freedom. At least for a week or so. Glancing to his right, he exchanged gazes with Mademoiselle Adelaide. Her soft, round cheeks were flushed despite the shade of her blue ribboned straw bonnet. Are you comfortable, Adelaide? He asked her. Very much, merci. The corners of her mouth dimpled, just as chipper as his team. A sweet modesty colored her voice and manner, none of the vain posturing he was used to among the Mage girls, such as those who loved to play musical beds with Alexis. I'm glad it's not too hot today. He adjusted his tricorn hat over his curls. I'm more than comfortable. The breeze feels nice. Adelaide untied the chin ribbon and took her bonnet off, uncovering her wavy chestnut hair. The sun went behind a cloud. No harbingers of rain yet. You gave up a cushioned velvet coach seat for a wooden buckboard. Marcel gave a slightly teasing laugh. You must enjoy watching horses at work. Yes, she giggled, the sound equivalent to a refreshing bath after a dusty day on the cruel streets. I only hope that my watching them work doesn't make them nervous, the way my head maid does to me. Marcel laughed even more. You and I both. I can relate to having nerve-wracking bosses. She smiled again. Like sunshine, since their departure from the chateau, he'd spoken little to the young lady beyond such light pleasantries. Was that a crime? There was no law against conversation. Besides, Alexis had no reason to suspect Marcel to be doing anything wrong at the moment. The journey was a two-birds-with-one-stone deal. He was simply earning money for his driving business while on the mission Alexis had assigned for him for Les Conseils Suprêmes. Despite the hours of bliss, a rope of guilt and discomfort tightened around him, disturbing his taste of joy. It was borne by the sisters' love and trust for the man they called Luke. This wasn't making sense anymore. The looking-glass's infallible magic declared that Luc Bisset was indeed Prince Renaud, a cold-blooded killer, vain, handsome, and madly jealous, who wanted his brother Prince Christopher dead. Luke, with his old identity gone, a blank slate living a lowly life for 3 years, had morphed into a manual laboring, congenial fellow, honest and dutiful, engaged to be married to one of these nice young ladies. This day, Marcel drove Luc Bisset and the two women with an assigned plan in mind. Luc, or Renaud, was to be reunited with his brother Prince Christopher d'Orleans and his wife Princess Rosalind. According to what Marcel heard during his spying, the sorceress Mathilde's breakage clause proclaimed that if Luc were to see Princess Rosalind, the woman who sparked Renaud's jealous rage, the clause would break the spell and his memories were sure to come flooding back. He would finally pay for his former crimes as Renaud. For the coachman spy, the reasoning behind his mission was personal. Marcel's beloved sister, Gisante, had died in the shooting. Don't be hesitant about this. It's the memory curse that changed him. Marcel, I was wondering. Adelaide's kind, soft voice blended with the sounds of squeaking axles and shaking harnesses. Pardon, what did you say, Adelaide? I was wondering, Emilie and I grew up in the house on Rue Troisième. I remembered you told me your mother's home was in our neighborhood. I'm surprised we didn't know each other growing up. I was sent away to school for years. Marcel let the reins slack as Felix and Fifi took the coach down a gently sloping hill. A boarding school. I always thought that boarding school was for the rich and nobles. Not that I don't believe you could be, she quickly added. It must have been nice. I hope you won't be disappointed, but I'm neither rich nor noble, he said with a chuckle. She laughed, seeming relieved he wasn't. I'm not disappointed at all. It was a special school my father paid for. The truth. He could tell her this without any mention of magic. I loved it, made good friends there. My father had some wealth, I suppose. I inherited this carriage and the horses from him after he died. My mother and I are far from wealthy these days. We get by on our work. She nodded. I understand. I'm sorry for the loss of your papa. Merci. It was many years ago. She fanned her face with her bonnet as the clouds passed and the sun grew warmer. Her hair caught the sunshine with its ginger highlights. She lay the circle-brimmed hat in her lap, covering her lower body with hands folded prim and proper. Goodness, it's warm now. It is, I know. His heart warmed in response. This girl had such a modest air, casual and friendly. She fidgeted with her blue striped skirts, making sure they draped over her buxom curves and covered her ankles. Mademoiselle Adelaide was larger than most girls, but her sturdy fullness was, in his eyes, the essence of femininity. Does she know she's beautiful? What did you study at your school? Business or animal husbandry? Her tone was genuine and curious. He blinked his eyes, reining his dangerous thoughts. I beg your pardon, Adelaide? What did you ask me before? What did you study at school? History, literature, life skills. He used vague, mundane terms. I was never good at book learning. Tests were my downfall. I found arithmetic a pain, but I love reading. Adelaide fidgeted with the ribbon on the bonnet. I often spend free days doing nothing except reading a good book when I'm off work. He shook his head. Reading old books is torture for me. I prefer working with horses and playing sports. He gave Felix and Fifi a nudge at their bits to turn at the curve of the road. Their path meandered through lush green fields beneath the brilliant cerulean sky, a few clouds to provide a bit of shade now and then. It matched Adelaide's clothing. Emilie and I were fortunate, said Adelaide. We don't come from money at all, but our parents taught us at home. Were girls allowed to attend your boarding school? Yes, they were allowed. There were many girls. A previous mage lord, the last decent leader, made a law in 1760 to allow girls to have a magical education. The top student in Marcel's peer class was a sorceress named Delphine, now Lord Bertrand's propaganda secretary. If it was a boarding school, did you befriend the boys you stayed with? Yes, of course. Marcel enjoyed her questions. Driving was usually a lonely business. My best friend from school was André. He lives in Normandy by the sea. There were others, some of them I still see around Paris. Fontaine and Chantilly, to be more precise, hidden within the center of Paris. That's nice. You've asked me plenty of questions about my life, Adelaide. I should ask you about yours. As long as she was near him, the specter of Mage tyranny was swept away from his thoughts, like dirt under a rug. Do you attend the family's royal balls and parties? Sometimes. Adelaide adjusted her skirt again. She swung one of her feet over the footrest, letting it dangle. Keep both feet on the footrest, please, he warned. If the horses make a sudden stop, it can get crushed in the space between. Oh, I'm sorry. She placed her foot back on the footrest, crossing her ankles. I rarely ride carriage driver's seats, just so you know. This isn't my habit. A laugh bubbled his chest. So do you enjoy the parties the noble family goes to? Well, not always, she replied. I feel nervous with all the haughty royal people I barely know. Whenever Emilie and I have been to a social function, we're just there to clear dishes and perform chores. Only drudgery, like always. Understandable. Marcel laughed again. Drudgery was his life. Either that or abject horror. So, you never had a chance to dance the minuet? Oh, goodness, no. I've always wanted to learn. I worry I might be clumsy. I know how to dance the minuet. Marcel straightened his slouching posture in the driver's buckboard, keeping the reins steady for Felix and Fifi by habit. I was required to learn it for my school social events. I could teach you, since there's going to be a ballroom dance where we're headed. I would love that. She gave him another sunny smile as she tied her bonnet back on. The sun's heating my head, so I keep taking it off and putting it back on again. Same with me. He removed his tricorn hat and set it aside. The breeze cooled his curly black hair, which he kept short for comfort. I could teach you something else right now besides dancing. What would that be? Driving. Would you like a turn holding the reins? Me? She gave him an "are you mad" wide-eyed look. Drive your carriage? Just hold the reins. He passed the leather straps to her. She took them in both hands, gripping them in one fist. Quite the wrong way. No, wait, here. He demonstrated the proper way to grip them, guiding her hand and wrapping the strap around her palm and fingers. Are you right-handed as I am? Yes. The carriage slowed down to a crawl. She looked at him. What's happening? They sense someone giving them slack, so they think they're getting a break. Marcel put his hat back on, resisting the urge to take the reins back. Jiggle it a little. She moved the leather straps back and forth, then pulled. The carriage slowed. The team fought their bits in stubborn indignation. No, don't pull. Jiggle it. Doesn't it hurt their teeth with the bit in them? And the straps yanking on their mouth constantly? She looked at him as she spoke, rather than the animals. Felix and Fifi halted, taking a break. An impatient knock sounded on the glass window behind them. It was Luke. Why did we stop? They heard him call out from below. We're fine, me sure. Marcel called down to Luke. Just wiggle and jiggle the reins to tell them to go, he said to Adelaide. Think of it as if you're knocking on a door or ringing a bell to get the horse's attention. How are you able to do it so well? Adelaide laughed nervously. She sat up straight and held the reins correctly, giving them light jiggles. Felix and Fifi moved, pulling the carriage onward. See, you're getting it. Marcel encouraged her. I've driven a cart since I was 15 or so. After a while, I learned to get a feel for handling the reins, and Felix and Fifi know me, so don't feel bad. She wiggled the reins back and forth. The two animals gained such sudden speed that Marcel and Adelaide jolted in their seats. Oh, goodness! She clutched the side of the seat after the sudden movement. They're going! So I keep jiggling? Keep your hand still. Release a little. No. Let your hand out and forward. No. Pull it in more. The reins slacked. The team slowed down and stopped again. They think they can stop again because you let loose, said Marcel, eager to take the reins back, yet still enjoying the instruction. Jiggle them again. Luke's voice came from the window behind them. Why are you stopping and starting me, sure? We're fine, just the horses. Marcel called down to them with a light laugh. They seem fine now. Adelaide kept a steady hand on the reins. See, you have it. You're driving. Marcel praised her. Felix and Fifi can't tell who's controlling them now. They think it's me. As long as they don't turn around and look, correct? Her hand loosened as she spoke. Keep your rein hand up and steady. They watched Felix and Fifi trot at an even pace. Flicking their white manes, Adelaide's hand remained steady while Marcel took in the fragrance of spring blossoms, his half-Pegasee posing as regular horses, and the anticipation of the days ahead. Chapter 2. They arrived in Troyes in the late afternoon. Adelaide, weary from the beating sun and the rolling motion of the carriage, welcomed the sight of the city. After Marcel let her drive for about 20 minutes, he'd taken control of the reins. Here we are, Adelaide. Marcel stopped his team. She observed his method with the reins for future reference, admiring his ungloved, calloused brown hands, a sign of a hard worker. Finally, in a place where you can get a bite to eat and do all the things you wanted to do for hours, but couldn't. He flashed her a mirthful grin. Adelaide laughed. True. I'll see you later. She leaped to the ground and ran to find whatever crude privies were tucked in between shops and homes. After she found one, slamming its splintery wooden door and enveloped by an unpleasant smell and dimness, she heard Emilie's voice. I'm outside the door, Addie. I'll hurry, I promise. A twinge of guilt came over her for rushing to get there first. As children, Emilie never complained if Adelaide grabbed the bigger piece of bread or pushed ahead of her. We haven't changed much, she thought. And now, a loving God had rewarded Emilie's pure heart and diligence with such a handsome and dutiful husband-to-be. It was perfect. Her dear sister deserved happiness so very much. How is the spider situation? Emilie asked. Not too bad, only little ones and some webs. Adelaide's arms were full of her skirt layers in the narrow, disgusting little shed. There's a little bit of water in a jug, probably not clean. I wish I'd brought more of my own, but I drank it all. Please don't use all that water. I'll try. One of the spiders crawled into her clothing near the grimy floor. She shook her skirt and kicked to knock it away, shuddering. Emilie, did you and Luke have a pleasant time alone in the carriage? Yes. He took a nap while I mended some of her ladyship's clothes. That doesn't sound very passionate. I thought the two of you would have spent all that time kissing. In a few months, oh, just imagine. Husband and wife. Addie. Emilie's tone was slightly embarrassed as Adelaide came out of the shed holding the wooden door open for her. And you've been getting well acquainted with our coachman? Her question bubbled with teasing mirth. Yes, and he let me drive for a while. Adelaide's chest swelled with a very Luke-like pride in learning such a task. And from such a handsome instructor to boot. He let you drive his horses? That must have taken either bravery or foolishness on his part. You've never driven in your life. Emilie shut herself inside the privy. Spiders, she sighed from inside. Be brave, Em, and yes, I'm determined to learn to drive a coach. The way he does it intrigues me. Adelaide spotted a much-desired water well pump. The sisters refilled the jug and their canteens with fresh water, feeling a bit itchy at the thought of spiders in their clothing. They stood to wait under the shade of a building. Luke had gone with the Noble family to get lodging for the night, their only overnight stop for the long trip. Comfort awaited, at least for now. So, is Monsieur Marcel good company up in the driver's seat? Emilie asked, a gentle smile on her delicately pretty face. Small brown freckles dotted her fair cheeks and forehead, remnants of the smallpox scars that had faded away, very gradually, over the past winter and spring. A miracle. He's wonderful company, Adelaide's voice lowered. Not only did he teach me to drive the horses, he told me he knows how to dance the minuet. He said he'll teach me when we arrive at the palace. Emilie's hazel eyes lit up. It must mean he's fond of you. Adelaide's heart quickened. You and I were having this same conversation about you and Luke not too long ago. Now it's the other way around. True. And I felt it was too good to be true about Luke. But now, Emilie's face radiated joy. It was clear how in love she was with Luke. After a family walked past them on the street, Adelaide gushed about her happy sentiments freely. Now you'll be together your whole lives. Yes, and I wish for you to find someone as well. Someone nice. Emilie glanced down the street to where Marcel's coach was parked, as if she'd decided on a prospect already. Adelaide shook her silly fancies out of her mind. The coachman? She ran her hand through her slightly untidy hair, her bonnet in her other hand. This is a different situation, though, Emilie. He's doing his service, and I only wanted to make a new friend. If that were the case, you'd sit inside as passengers are supposed to. Emilie gave her that school-marmish look. I guess it's fun to get to know him a bit, but it's only that. Adelaide was telling a half-truth, if there ever was one. Another serious crush on a man. They never ended well. If he and I become just friends, or never see each other after this trip, that's perfectly fine. An attempt to bring herself down to earth.
She was a plump, dumpy spinster on the shelf, after all.
She hadn't been able to catch a man's eye, and if she had, she never noticed during her sheltered servant life. He was doing his job, being a very nice young man and enduring her annoying questions while entertaining himself, teaching her how to drive. Later on, he joked to his friends in the city about letting a silly woman take the reins over a tankard of hydromal ale. The sisters waited beneath the shade of the building's awning until Luke appeared. He handed them a room key. "Shelter for the night, ladies." Luke grinned. "Very kind of his honor to let us have a stop." "This is precious, thank you." Adelaide wiped her brow with a little pocket handkerchief, relief and thankfulness coming over her. Soap, clean water, and dinner. "What was going on with you and the driver, Addie?" Luke wrapped a strong arm around his petite fiancée. "We heard a lot of laughing. We felt all kinds of crazy jolting." "Nothing. Why?" "Did you mean the stops and sudden starts? Marcel let me drive. I learned to jiggle the reins, not pull or drop them. I'll get the hang of it someday." "Never mind," Luke shrugged. "Let's find out where we can get a bite to eat." "Yes, let's." Adelaide's stomach ached for food, and she craved something cold to drink that wasn't water. Good luck finding that here. Adelaide enjoyed the outdoor cafe very much. The members of the retinue ate chicken dinners at a group of bench tables. A violinist played beautiful tunes in honor of the noble family who took their private dinner inside the inn. "Emily?" Luke's muscular arm was slung around her small shoulders. "I like this place. I was thinking this would be a good place to spend our honeymoon when the time comes." Adelaide watched Emily's face turn pink. "That's a nice idea."
Her eyelashes lowered.
"How about July?" Luke took a sip from his mug of frothy ale. "July?" Emily wiped her mouth daintily with a napkin, her eyes wide. "Less than 2 months? Why not?" Luke grinned. "Marcel, mon ami." He clapped the shoulder of the coachman on his other side. "After this trip is over, I'll be hiring you to drive Emily and me to the City Hall of Paris, where we will get our marriage paperwork done. The ceremony will be at your family's home church, Emily. Ring or no ring." He clasped her hand. Adelaide's heart soared. The wedding. She couldn't wait. The next days and weeks would bring not only a splendid trip to a royal palace. When they returned home, she and Emily would shop for fabric for the perfect, affordable bridal gown. Pale pink, ivory cream, or lavender would surely make Emily glow with radiance. Adelaide would do Emily's makeup for the special day. She already planned to put her hair in an elegant pompadour updo with tiny faux rosebuds. "Addie?" Luke picked up his mug of ale, a beverage Adelaide had never tasted and never cared to. "You would do us a great honor by being our maid of honor." "I would love to." Adelaide glanced over at the bottle of red Sauvignon and helped herself to a tiny bit, half a glass. "Your wedding will be much less stressful and fussy as her ladyship's is going to be." Holding the glass of wine in her fingers, she cast a glance at Marcel, sitting across from her. He held a glass of plain water with lemon in it. He tipped it to her with another shy smile. She sipped the wine as daintily as she could, and tried to eat daintily as well. Luke furrowed his brow. "That's right. Next autumn. I believe the Marquis announced it would be. Prince Louis Jean-Baptiste and Lady Evangeline. One of the most talked about social events in all of France. Glad I'm not needed for that." "Don't remind me." Adelaide's nerves frayed at the thought of dressing Evangeline's hair for her future nuptials. A more experienced stylist, Madame de Trousseau, would end up in charge. Adelaide would likely assist, but that would mean being under the supervision of both Madame and the Marchioness. At least these next few weeks would be carefree. After dinner, Luke and Emily parted from Adelaide to take a stroll together through the streets of the town. The air felt cool, pleasant in the fading daylight. Adelaide went up to the empty inn room to store her bonnet and comb out her hair with the thought of taking a walk in the streets alone. Rummaging in her travel bag, she took out a pair of small, sharp hair grooming scissors. securing them in the index and middle finger of her right hand. She hid the blades inside her palm, the metal cool against her skin. Defense, just in case. Pleasant smells came from the inn's restaurant where the noble family still dined. Roast beef and the sweetness of bread, the fragrances mixed with chimney smoke. Food. Her joy and love, perhaps too much sometimes. She walked along the well-trodden stone street, her lightweight slippers sliding along the mosaic of dark gray stones. Tripping over a crack, she stumbled, glancing around. It seemed no one noticed her lack of grace. As the shadows lengthened, she thought perhaps this wasn't a good idea. Those two nasty men from the forest still haunted her thoughts. Her fingers tightened around the scissors. Horses snorting caught her attention, following the recognizable smell of equine stables. She turned the corner and spotted their carriage parked near the thatched roof stable, with Felix and Fifi resting unhitched. Marcel stood brushing them down with the currycomb. Red caparison cloths were still draped over their withers, and Adelaide wondered why he hadn't taken them off before he started brushing them. Marcel? She tiptoed a few steps in his direction. He turned to her voice. Adelaide? What are you doing here? His eyebrows lifted, as if pleased to see her again. Her heart soared. Taking a walk. She kept her manner controlled and nonchalant. It's turning out to be a nice night. It is. More like summer every day. He took one more swipe over the hide of one of the horses before setting the currycomb down. Where are Luke and Emilie? Taking a walk somewhere without me. There might be street musicians. I hear music in the distance. The sound of pipes or flutes could be heard a few squares away. Marcel laid one palm on the horse's side, leaning his slim frame against the fine creature. And you didn't wish to take a walk with them? They just wanted to walk alone, I imagine, said Adelaide. I'm usually the third wheel. The third wheel? His brow furrowed. It means they're a couple, so when the three of us go anywhere, I'm the wheel without a match. She gestured to the coach. If one of your wheels were missing, it would be awkward, wouldn't it? If one of my wheels were missing, I'd be in a tough situation, he chuckled. Adelaide drew near to the horse he leaned against. She stroked its snowy white mane. Fifi? Correct. It was only one of two guesses. She expected their manes to be rough and coarse, but they were soft as a mink stole. They're beautiful horses. How old are they? 5. I've had them since they were foals. Their mother pulled this coach when it belonged to my father. Nice, she replied, enchanted by the creature's huge brown eyes. Sturdy horses, though they weren't as hefty as the Percherons that Luke drove in the supply wagon. Likely, they were crossbred with a more gracile type. Their mother was a Pegasus. Marcel pulled a grin at her. She could fly. I doubt that. Have you seen every horse breed in the world, Adelaide? No. She reached to touch the fringe of the horse's caparison cloth with her fingers. Wait. Marcel raised his palm. Please don't touch or take off their comparisons. They have injuries under them. Oh, I'm sorry. She moved her hand to Fifi's mane again. You've ever seen a Pegasus before? A Pegasus is a horse that flies. Oui, and she had wings, great white wings. Their mother, I mean. His eyes had a twinkle to them. Marcel? She shook her head. The day she first became acquainted with him, he told her his pets as a boy were fluffy rodents, one blue and one pink. It's true, he insisted with an impish smile. I even rode a Pegasus in the air when I was in school. I played on a polo team, flying polo, of course. You love pulling my leg, don't you? I beg your pardon? He averted his gaze, seemingly embarrassed. Adelaide flushed. She'd always heard Papa use that figure of speech when he told his silly tall tales, but now she gathered Marcel wasn't familiar with it. Worse yet, she just said my leg in mixed company. Oh, that was another saying, not to be taken literally. She fidgeted with the pair of small hair-cutting scissors attached to her fingers. Why do you have scissors? These? For defending myself. She closed them tightly in her palm. Some men in the forest attacked my sister and me last winter. Men with knives and ropes who wanted to hurt us. She cast her gaze away from him, wishing she hadn't brought that up. It sounded too dramatic, too personal. That's horrible, Adelaide. He took a few steps towards her. I only wish I'd been there to rescue you. I would have used my own style of attack on them, even if... His words trailed. Thank you. Her heart warmed at the sentiment. Luke came and rescued us. It was a godsend to have him around. But ever since then, I've wanted to be well prepared if I went for a walk alone. She pointed the end of her scissors upward, admiring the way the silver tool caught the golden light of a nearby torch. Any man who tries to grab me again is getting this in his eye. Even me? From his toothy smile, she could tell it was another joke. It depends. I trust that you're a gentleman. How do you know I'm a gentleman? He had a point. No matter how nice-looking a man was or how polite and sweet, he could turn into a scoundrel in the blink of an eye. Because you look and act like one, she admitted. You can't judge by outer appearances, Adelaide. I could be a man capable of inflicting the worst torture upon a woman, even killing. His expression darkened, like a stratus cloud gathering rain. Marcel? She squeezed her scissors. Don't frighten me. I was hurt once. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. He swallowed in his throat and smiled again, yet this time his smile seemed forced. Are you all right? Just tired. Right, Fifi, Felix? He gave the stallion's hind quarters an affectionate pat. Bonne nuit, old boy. Good night, Felix and Fifi. Adelaide addressed the horses. They twitched their ears and flicked their tails. Would you like me to escort you back to the inn? He asked her. I don't want you walking alone. I have my trustworthy pair of scissors. You need more than a trustworthy pair of scissors. He stepped next to her, his lean, lanky physique contrasting her short, round stature. They left the stable, walking side by side into the now quiet, nearly empty street. After sunset, the sky had turned the soft violet of early twilight. Marcel whispered something that Adelaide didn't quite hear. Something about confusing? What did you say? She turned her neck to face him. He held his hand in a fisted gesture, quite odd. Nothing. All right. Adelaide gazed ahead. The violet twilight looked even more beautiful as a gentle haze of fog drifted before her, above the expanse of street. Always glad to escort a fair lady in the evening. Marcel's manners seemed tentative, shy. Thank you. It's nice that you think of me as a fair lady. But you are. Thank you. And you're a gallant gentleman. Merci. Marcel fixed his eyes on the ground. She watched his expression with care, detecting some discomfort. He kept a decent distance from her as they walked. I'm glad you're keeping the unsavory men at bay, so I don't need to use my scissors, she said, likely a foolish sentiment. Adelaide? He said her name in a soft tone. Do you think it's all right for two people who are completely different, have different backgrounds, just different types of people all around, to become friends? Yes. Most decidedly, he was speaking of himself and her. Just like us. Her heart thudded above her laced-up stays. We're becoming friends, and I suppose we're quite different. You think so? How do you think you and I are different? The question seemed philosophical, as if there were much more to it than their contrasting skin colors, sexes, and builds. I think you're the same as me in some ways. She squeezed the sharp little scissors in her hands. The blade's point poked into her right palm, though not enough to be painful or draw blood. For some odd reason, this eased her nerves as she walked with the young gentleman. We both like horses, and we both enjoy riding in the countryside, like today. But in appearances, we are... You're a man, I'm a woman. You're dark and I'm fair. You're lean and slim, and I'm plump as a dumpling. But I love dumplings. Her heart flipped, if that was a metaphor. Thank you. You're welcome. Though you're not a dumpling, you're a fair lady. Someone would have to be very evil to turn a lady into something mean to boil in a hot stew." She giggled, cheer filling her again. She loved funny men. "No one can turn people into foods, Marcel." He laughed. "You're right. No one can turn anything into food." He cut off his sentence as two men passed them on the street. When they were far enough away, Adelaide spoke. "Of course people can turn things into food." "How?" He gave her a narrow-eyed look. "Farmers and millers, silly, and fruits and vegetables just appear as they are. Food from the earth. But we help it along by cultivating the seeds." Goodness, I sound just like Emilie when she talks about gardening, she thought. "Yes." He clapped a hand to his brow. "You're right. I wasn't thinking about milling or farming. Guess I'm too much of a city boy at heart." Another coach rolled past, one nowhere near as fine as Marcel's. "Why, did you think someone could turn a coach wheel into a wheeled cheese or something?" she asked. "No, a person cannot, in any way, transform a coach wheel into a wheel of cheese." For some reason, he didn't seem to be taking that as a joke. "No, I guess not." "If you were to take it seriously, of course," said Adelaide. That was an odd response. "How would you take that seriously?" I don't think I would," Adelaide shrugged. Marcel glanced up at the darkening sky. What if someone thought they had the power to turn anything that wasn't cheese into cheese? Just say, hypothetically. Adelaide wasn't sure what hypothetically meant. But there was a simple answer to that riddle. Milk isn't cheese yet, so that person would have to be a cheesemaker. She raised her hand with the scissors in triumph. I would imagine they use talent and work, not power. "All right, never mind that one." He chuckled, fiddling with the brass buttons on his waistcoat as they walked. What if someone, again, hypothetically, said they had the power to turn your bonnet into something else shaped like a circle, such as a carriage wheel, in just one moment? Adelaide shook her head, amused. He was silly, but in a good way. Better than a dull, dry man who talked of nothing but money and business. No one has that power. Sounds like sorcery. Which would be so frightening and evil if it were true. But it's make-believe. He didn't respond. He turned his head to look away, staring at the walls of buildings. "Did you buy a room at the inn?" she said. His expression had gone somber. "No." Cold stung Adelaide's arms. She wrapped them around herself, wishing she had a shawl. "Such a sudden chill." "I'm sorry." He breathed a long, stressed sigh. A couple walked near them. They exchanged silent nods. "Are you all right?" "No need to apologize for cold weather," she said after the strangers passed. "You have no coat either. But I'm sure if you had yours on, you would have offered it to me to wear." "You're right. I would have." "Because you're a gallant gentleman, correct?" She gave him a bright smile, hoping to pull one in return. It worked. He gave her the tiniest, softest smile. "I'll bite," with sad eyes. They reached the staircase of the inn. Luke and Emilie were inside, turning in for the night in their separate rooms. Emilie was likely waiting up for her. "I'm sorry if anything I said made you upset." Adelaide continued to play around with her scissors, its blades warm from being gripped in her palm. "You seem sad." "No, you didn't. It's nothing." "But I can tell you're upset about something." She reached a tentative finger to touch the fabric of his sleeve in a caring gesture. "Just tired." He glanced down at his boots. "Stress from work. I want to make it to our destination on time." "Are you sure nothing serious is bothering you?" He rubbed his forehead. "I can tell you one thing, I guess." "What?" His eyes burned into hers, torrid, dark, and intense. "I've made a decision tonight, and you're going to be the person who keeps me brave." "Me? Keep you brave? What decision?" "Just some life decisions." His Adam's apple bopped beneath his neck as he swallowed. "I'm not going into details. All I ask is for you to wish me to be brave during this carriage trip. On the way to the palace, while we're there and back. No questions, please. Just wish me bravery." "All right." She gave a nervous laugh. "Marcel, I wish you to be brave, in case robbers attack our carriage, or if fire-breathing dragons come flying over us by chance." "Thank you. And I hope that doesn't happen. I've seen dragons before, and they're terrifying." "Truly?" A smile lit her face. "Tell me about the dragons you've seen." It was quite charming the way he seemed to enjoy making up tales about make-believe creatures. "They come in beautiful colors." He kept a straight face, his lovely eyes mesmerizing. "Orange, green, golden, even red scales, and they're enormous. Dangerous to approach. I have an old friend who understands them, though, a dragon whisperer." "Truly?" Her smile spread into what was likely a coquettish one. "Tell your whispering friend that Mademoiselle Adelaide wishes to learn about his monsters." He didn't react to this as a joke. Those pained brown eyes continued to melt her into a puddle. "Well, good night." "Good night, Marcel. Thank you for walking back with me." "I'll see you in the morning." "I'll see you as well. Please have breakfast with us." She threw as much cheer into the words as she could muster, an attempt to lighten whatever his burden was. He gave her a little wave before heading back to his horses. Chapter 3. Adelaide tapped on their inn-room's door. "Emilie?" "Come in." Emilie sat on one of the two tiny narrow beds in the equally tiny room sketching in her book. The place was clean and decent, though a shiny darkwood floor and calm beige-striped wallpaper. One narrow window graced their room. The candle at the tiny table was just enough to brighten the dim of near night. "What are you drawing, Em?" "The pot." She gestured to a cracked clay vessel on the floor. "And no, I don't want to use it the way it's supposed to be used. Thank goodness there's a shed outside in the back alley." "Oh, good." Adelaide sighed with relief. Both sisters would rather run outside than endure such immodesty. "You must be very bored." She went to observe what Emilie was creating. Her fingers worked with grace to draw the vessel's jagged crack. "That's lovely. It makes me think of the saying about treasures in clay jars." "That's what I plan to write on the bottom of the picture when I'm done. The scripture verse." "I understand why you'd want to draw it." Adelaide set the pair of scissors inside her bag. She sat upon the other bed and kicked her shoes off before reclining upon it. "The cracked pot represents people. No one is perfect, but all of us need to be filled with the right things." "What kind of things?" Emilie asked. "I'd like to know your interpretation." "Goodness, kindness, love, forgiveness." "I have trouble with the forgiveness part of it." Hurt and anger boiled up again. That man with his knife by my throat, making me fall, stabbing me with that branch. And how they hurt poor Emilie. She raised her voice. "I want those two men to burn in a lake of fire." "They're away in prison now, Addie. You'll never see them again. And I try not to think of them anymore. But because of them, I carry my sharp scissors any time I go anywhere alone, like I did tonight." "Where were you this evening?" Emilie put her drawing supplies away. "I went to the stables where Marcel parked the coach and horses. Then he walked with me, and he and I had a strange conversation." "A strange conversation?" Emilie's eyes lit with interest. "About what?" "For one thing, he wants me to wish him bravery with his life decisions. It's sweet, but we've only known each other for a short time. He's a coachman, so I don't know what life decisions he meant." "It does seem strange to ask you that," said Emilie. "Though I believe it's because he likes you. You could be his inspiration for his life." She settled under the covers, already wearing only her white shift to sleep in. She'd taken her own dress apart by herself. "Inspiration? I've never been anyone's inspiration before." Adelaide looked around the room for a water basin to soak her feet in. There was one, but that water needed to be clean for the morning. "I wish there was more water to soak my feet in. But I was saying, there's something so different about him." "Different? Do you mean a little eccentric, like Armand?" "Yes, that would be the word." Adelaide laughed as she began her nightly taking her dress apart ritual, shedding her outer robe dress and untying the stays from the stomachered bodice. "Tonight he was trying to tell me that fire-breathing dragons and flying horses are real." It sounds as if he enjoys jokes like Papa. Adelaide worked her fingers over the tight, tough little knots in the fabric strings. That's what I thought as well, but he seemed troubled about something, and he won't tell me. If he doesn't want to share, it's his choice. Don't push. Emilie got up from her bed to help Adelaide with her dress. I'll try not to, Em. He's so mysterious. Mysterious is good. Emilie detached Adelaide's stomacher bodice from her skirt. I know what it's like to be with a man full of mysteries. Adelaide punctuated Emily's words with a soft laugh, a bad habit. I'm sorry, Emilie, it's not funny. She corrected herself. Luke's brain problem was not to be made fun of. I want Luke to remember his life. I admire how you've both handled it together. She laid her blue outer dress, the stomacher bodice, and her stays over a chair. We try to handle it one day at a time. Emilie climbed back into bed. Someday I hope Luke's memories will come to him. If not, we'll work hard to make our future the best we can. She yawned, tugging the blanket to her chin. So true. Good night, Emilie. Adelaide removed her stripe-patterned skirt and white petticoat. The cotton fabric of both garments had absorbed the smell of horses. She draped both skirts over the footboard, wearing her chemise as a sleep gown. As she climbed into bed, exhaustion fell over her like a heavy blanket. Bonne nuit, Adelaide, said Emilie. I'm going to miss this when you're married. Just you and me talking before we sleep. She gave a little giggle again. Luke will have to learn how to keep you awake with plenty of talk and thinking out loud, to become another me. Good heavens, don't tell him that. Emily's words were swallowed in a yawn. Of course, husbands tend to keep their wives up in other ways, or so I've heard. Adelaide, bonne nuit. Aren't you curious? Addie! Maman never speaks of this. I only know from books, even at my age now. Later on, will you tell me what it's like? Because some books say it's a chore that a woman must do to get children, but other books say it's absolutely the most wonderful. Adelaide, I know what books you speak of. The ones you hide by sewing cloth over the covers. Adelaide squirmed, thinking of one of those said books in her ladyship's possession at the moment. I promise I will tell you. Emily's tone was nervous. Over tea, just you and me. You will? Merci. I always imagined it would be me, as the older sister to marry first, but you're older and wiser than me in all ways but years. She heard Emily's sigh of exasperation. All right. Bonne nuit. Marcel tried to sleep inside his coach, while Felix and Fifi slumbered in their stable. Sleep evaded him for quite some time. You wanted to know what she'd think. You have her answer. The vague, joking little comments and questions were testing the waters, so to speak. Since Adelaide seemed the sort of hard-on-her-sleeve girl who only needed a slight guide towards the topic, she stated her opinion loud and clear. God, fate, or the spirits of mages long gone put these words on the lady's lips as a warning, just for him. It sounds like sorcery, which would be so frightening and evil if it were true. There it was, reality. She might not hate him if she knew, but she'd fear him. Allowing her to get to know him was a cruel disservice for this poor woman. She didn't deserve what would happen if they became close. Do you want to bring an innocent woman into this? I won't, he told the coach's ceiling out loud, unable to constrain his voice in the darkness. I won't bring her into this. Someone walking by outside heard him. Bring who, monsieur? The man's companion laughed. He lay silent for a long time after that, thinking about Jacinthe and wishing more than ever that he'd been born sans magie, mundane, ordinary, and powerless like his beloved older sister. A fading memory of Jacinthe came to him, as close as if she were still sitting next to him in the old familiar home in Fontaine and Chantilly some 20 years before. Their bedroom at night smelled of clean fabric and his big sister's lemon water perfume. He was 4 years old. She was 13. She was singing that lullaby in her sweet, melodic voice, adding his name to the song. Go to sleep, Marcel, my little brother. Go to sleep. You'll have some milk. Mama is upstairs making cakes. Papa's downstairs making chocolate. No, He kicked his legs, tossing off his bed quilt. What? Jacinthe sounded just a little bit mad. Marcel knew he could act naughty around her more than he could around Maman. She never let him act silly at bedtime. Papa doesn't cook, he argued. But that's how the song goes, petite. She placed the quilt over him, tucking it around his feet. Other papas must make chocolate. Mama can't bake a cake upstairs. The stove is downstairs. Marcel jiggled his restless feet, kicking the quilt off his legs once more. He made the quilt levitate. Jacinthe giggled, catching his flying quilt in the air and pulling it down. I can't finish the song if you won't lie still and be quiet. You talk like Mama. Why? She didn't need to talk like Mama. He already had one mother. No need for two. Because I want to be a Mama someday, so I practice with you. She touched his nose with her dainty brown finger. Fine. He flipped over, fast as a crepe on a skillet, to lie on his belly. The wooden headboard of his bed had a Pegasus carved upon it. He traced his finger over the design, wishing for a real Pegasus someday. As the candlelight danced over the headboard, the shadow of his own hand looked huge, like a monster's hand. He spread his fingers out to see how monstrous he could make it look. Stop playing. Jacinthe tucked the quilt over his small shoulders and started rubbing his back. He liked that. Go to sleep, Marcel, my little brother, she sang. Remembering Jacinthe brought him back to his grief, and to the person of Prince Renaud, with his long-barreled pistol, Luc Besset. He cannot be the same man. His mind and heart continued to battle relentlessly. Stop it from happening, then. Think of Emilie. She doesn't deserve to have her life and engagement ruined. Luc Besset needs to stay who he is, and Renaud needs to stay vanquished, as if Francis's bullet did its job. Only one person had the power to alter this, but that person was locked away in the glass dungeon, thanks to Marcel, in part. Without Mathilde, the person who could stop this from happening was him. Adelaide and Emilie would make this difficult, keeping a secret like this from them, and how to evade Alexis. Think up a solid plan. Be brave. Sleep overtook Marcel's mind before he had the chance to map out that plan. Chapter 4. On the second day of travel, the group woke at dawn to prepare for more hours on the trails. In their guest room, in the candlelight, Adelaide helped Emilie put her dress together. I hope we make it to the prince's ball on time Friday evening. You'll look beautiful if you wear your pink gown. Adelaide tied the fabric strings fastening Emilie's stomacher bodice to her red striped skirt. You deserve to look like a princess once in a while. We all do. She was on a sugar high from the inn's complimentary sweet biscuits, not to mention a high from her new developing friendship with a young coachman. We won't have to do any serving or cleaning chores at all at the castle. We'll only tend to what the family needs us for. Otherwise, we're free to enjoy staying in a castle for a day. I've heard His Honor says that it's huge. It will be nice. I hope to find things to draw and sketch there. Emilie raised her left arm, and Adelaide buttoned the other side. I'll have a pleasant enough time just sitting with Luc, watching all the nobles dance. Once they helped each other with their garments, Adelaide fixed Emily's hair into a neat bun in front of the tiny mirror. Makeup? She proposed. On a carriage trip? Being outdoors in the sun and wind for a good part of the day? Emilie gave her a "that's silly" look before she put on her bonnet and grabbed her belongings. Meet us at the cafe across the street at 8 for breakfast. Emilie prepared to rush out to find her darling beau. All staff and drivers will be there, she added. Wonderful! I'm starving. After packing her things, Adelaide went upstairs to knock on the door of Guest Suite 2. It opened to reveal Lady Evangeline wearing her white shift with a shawl draped over her shoulders. Bonjour, Addie. Hurry, come in. Beautiful room, your ladyship. A tall window with dark green and gold brocade curtains dimmed Evangeline's guest room. 2 lit candelabras on either side of the bed provided a cozy glow. Her room was elegant, but nowhere near as splendid as her boudoir at the country chateau with its color scheme of rose pink and gold. Evangeline poured a china pitcher of water into a basin. Her blonde hair was uncombed and tousled, ready for her stylist maid to beautify. You look nice this morning, Addie. I like how your hair curls.
She blushed at the compliment, wondering if the coachman liked her curling reddish hair as well.
Merci. Would you like me to put yours in curling rags? Non. I would like it washed and put into a simple bun, thank you. After finding a drying cloth, Adelaide used Evangeline's lemon soap to wash and rinse her hair before combing and twisting it into a neat bun, similar to Emilie's. Merci. This will be much more comfortable under my hat, said Evangeline, and just a bit of cosmetic cream, please. Mother insists when we stop in towns to greet the public. Of course. With a sincere smile, Adelaide opened the tiny jar of face cream to apply to the noble girl's features. Famished, Adelaide found the pleasant outdoor cafe, and Emilie, across the street, along with breakfast foods, a buffet table of croissants, jams, tea, hard-boiled and over-easy eggs, and fruit. She spotted Marcel talking to Luc as both men sat with the family's coachman, Monsieur Moreau. Marcel turned around and gave her a shy smile. He appeared red-eyed and slump-shouldered. Did he go out drinking? If he had, it wasn't her business. A coachman could do as he pleases when not driving the coach, she told herself, as long as he kept his promise to drive safely. Adelaide chose a teacup and filled a plate with a croissant and a handful of berries, joining their table. Good morning, she greeted Marcel. Good morning. The jam is nice. He passed her a dish of sweet preserves, one of her favorites. Luc spoke in a loud voice for everyone's attention. There are more clouds in the sky. Should we wait for the rain to pass? He directed his question to the two drivers. I don't see it being a problem, said Moreau, as long as we stay on the high ground and over rocks and grass, no soft earth. Do you agree, Monsieur? Clement. Marcel nodded towards the older driver. I agree, Monsieur. I have some special clothing, cloaks and hats to keep dry in the rain. I have an extra set if you like. Thank you, young man. You're very kind. Moreau spooned jam on his bread. Where are you from? Paris. Marcel gave the man a somewhat forced, tired smile. I'm asked that question all the time. I've always lived within the city. I see. It's good to meet you, son. You as well, Monsieur. Marcel picked up his glass of water. It is an honor to have you lead our little caravan of coaches. Adelaide sipped her lemon-sliced tea, listening to the others talk. The jam was delicious, made from raspberries. She noticed that Marcel's glass of water had condensation and frost. Odd. One needed ice, and ice was barely existent in the warmth of late May. She turned her attention to Luc's conversation. He was busy explaining to Jacques, his strong arms and animated gestures, how to fix wheel axles. She picked up her teacup to finish drinking it. Condensation drops on her teacup made it wet. Her tea had been lukewarm a moment ago. Somehow it had turned extremely cold, refreshing and sweet. Delightful. She sat there with a dumbfounded look on her face, staring at her empty teacup in her hands after she downed it in 2 gulps. The little water drops, the chill of the cup, all were most unexpected pleasures. Isn't the tea good here? Marcel asked her. I can get you some more if you'd like. She nodded without a word, still mesmerized by the feel of the cold cup. He took the teapot to pour for her. Allow me, mademoiselle. Thank you, Monsieur. They looked at each other, sharing a smile of warmth, of mutual caring. The second cup was just as cold and refreshing as the first. Emilie sat across from Luc in the coach, her sewing bag nearby. They had boarded as soon as they all finished breakfast, the coaches departing Troyes at a decent hour. Adelaide and Marcel were up in their usual perch on the driver's seat above. She didn't hear their voices. Both of them seemed tired at breakfast. Adelaide had gulped down so much tea, and the coachman looked weary. Her mind went to Luc, their future together, and his past. Luc, what do you imagine your childhood was like, even though you don't remember? She couldn't help but want to bring it up, always hoping. She glanced out at the moving scenery. Some gray clouds were passing, but no rain. Wildflowers bloomed along the fields in white and yellow, even prettier than the previous day. My childhood? I'm sure it was dull, very dull. Luke stretched out his body, his arms behind his head as he reclined on the seat. I prefer to think about my life in the here and now. Those are dreams I used to have. I don't want to think those dreams were my childhood. Do you think they were? It's possible. Well, in some of them, I was killing men in a war. That was neither my early life nor a premonition. According to the army, my eyesight wasn't good enough to join up. So, I'll never get to be a soldier and fight the British in that revolution across the sea everyone's talking about. Well, it could be dangerous. And I'd miss you. What's that place called where they want to start their own nation? Mere something. I'll ask Jean. Emilie smiled. It's called America, Luke. Adelaide reads about it too. She says they're winning the war against the British and will have their own nation soon. And I'm glad you can't fight overseas. I can't help it. Luke leaned forward to touch her hand. I'm not going anywhere, Emilie. And in other dreams, some boy mocked me and called me stupid, teasing me because I can't read that well. His eyes held a brooding gaze as he leaned back again, staring out the coach window. I had the feeling he was a brother. A sting of sorrow came over her, seeing him troubled by his brain problem. We'll get through this. He can keep confiding in me. I don't think you have a brother or sister, because they would have been raised by your Aunt Mathilde, unless they were already grown by then, but they would have talked to you, or met you in the city, if you had a sibling who's alive. Yes, Luke massaged his temples. We discussed that. I can't have a brother or sister then. What if you have relatives who live far away from Paris? As you can see, Emilie gestured out the carriage window at the scenery. Paris isn't the entire world. You're right. Luke's eyes went half closed. We just spent a night in Troyes, a city that Adelaide and I haven't been to before. You could have family anywhere, Luke. Did Aunt Mathilde tell you about where she was from? No. Emilie frowned. I don't like the way she didn't tell you much or help you remember things, or the way she just left you and Armand. Her voice tensed. Without giving either of you a proper adieu. Poor Armand. Every time she and Adelaide looked into his eyes, he seemed about to cry. He insisted he wasn't physically ill, but he'd been so quiet, so evasive. Something is bothering Armand, Emilie blurted out. He's not himself. Luke frowned. I know. I'm just so confused about him. He's upset about Aunt Mathilde. But he didn't tell me how he'd found out she was gone forever. Anger flashed in his eyes. Emilie reached forward and laid her hand on his knee. She could feel his firm knee bone beneath his brown breeches. I like when you touch me like that. His face lit with a flirtatious smile. He winked at her. Luke. Her face warmed. He cast his gaze out the window. Emilie, I think the way Armand talked about Aunt Mathilde, it seems they knew each other for a long time, before I lost my memory. Emilie knew the answer likely hadn't changed, but she dared to ask him. If Mathilde was being so secretive about your childhood, did he have any information? No. Luke's temper bubbled up again. We've talked about this before. He hasn't given me any damned clue about my lost family either. He took another more bitter glance out the window. When he looked back at Emilie, his voice calmed. When we get home from our trip, I'm going to, I don't know, either force the old fool to talk under threat of dismissal, or tell him to take a holiday and get his Mira together. He rubbed his forehead. Pardon my language. Being a household manager, maybe I'm not fit for this. Emilie reached to touch his hand, caressing his thumb. You can't force him to talk under such a threat. True. It's odd of him not to help you with things you've forgotten, if he truly was an old friend of your Aunt Mathilde's. It seems odd. Luke scoffed, shaking his head. It is odd. Emilie took out her sewing supplies and Evangeline's skirt, forcing herself to get the mending done. She soon became absorbed with the task as their conversation quieted. She had no other way to comfort or assure Luke about these things. Someday, Luke would get his life memories back. It would need to be natural, some spark of light igniting inside his brain, or a bump on the head. She watched Luke give in to another nap, sprawled on the soft carriage seat. She couldn't help admiring how handsome his chiseled face looked, his perfect nose, his black hair just long enough to tie back in a short tail. He was growing dark stubble on his chin, a faint mustache. Even when he'd had significant pox scars, she thought him a lovely man. Her cheeks flushed. He will be my husband soon. Chapter 5. Hours later, Luke awoke as they arrived at another remote place considered to be a town on the map. Beaumont was quaint and tiny, in the middle of farm country. After the coaches stopped, Jacques the valet hopped down ceremoniously from Monsieur Moreau's coach. He took off his tricorn hat and waved his arms in the air for attention, shouting an announcement to people nearby.
Hear ye, hear ye.
The Marquis Henry de Beaumont and his family have arrived on a quick stop here in Beaumont on travel. Please attend to their wishes for service. He opened the coach, and the family stepped out. Travel weariness was clear on the Marquis's and Evangeline's faces. Marchioness Marie stood with a stern, forced smile, trying to primp her daughter's wind-blown hair. Evangeline took a step away from her mother, smiling at the people as she mussed up her undone hair. Luke caught that little interaction, finding it amusing. The lady had a mind of her own. Villagers congregated and kowtowed for them, hoping to offer services. The Marquis, Marchioness, and Lady Evangeline were given the little inn's best room to rest in for the afternoon, though there was no room for the retinue. The serving members and coachmen went wandering about the town, purchasing food and drinks from the markets. Emilie and Luke walked hand in hand, now refreshed with bottles of wellspring water and bakery bread. Luke stopped and stared, a small building with a water wheel attached. As the wheel rotated, it picked up, churned, and spilled water from the river. "What is that for?" he asked Emilie. "It's a mill. It is how wheat is turned into flour." Emilie gave a light, affectionate laugh. "The wheel turns the machinery inside to grind it. That is how plants are turned into bread," she added, speaking to Luke as if he were a child and she a teacher. Emilie and Luke's friend, Jean Paquette, had spent a great deal of time explaining things to Luke. He knew he was naive about common knowledge of the world, and it made him feel like a dunce sometimes. Jean had once explained to him you couldn't get to Africa by digging under the ground. He told Luke the continent was down below, France, when he described how it looked on a map. Luke didn't know what a map was. Emilie once showed him the flags of Great Britain and Prussia in a book. Luke had dreamed of the flag of Prussia. The sight of it made him remember his soldier dreams of marching, of enemies, and of driving a bayonet into other men's throats. Luke wrapped his arms snugly around Emilie's waist and watched the mill wheel rotate, the rhythmic sound of falling water rushing through his ears. It calmed his soul, made him want to stand still and listen to it forever. The palm of his hand rested itself on Emilie's right hip. She didn't seem to mind. He lowered his mouth to her ear. "When we get married, I'd like to spend our first night in a room next to a water wheel, so we can hear this as we lie in bed." Emilie's face reddened. "Luke, I'm just reminding you I'm not naive about every aspect of life. I know where babies come from. You needn't explain that to me." He gave her a grin. "Unless you want to." "We're in public, sweetheart. Let's just watch the grist mill." "All right, Emilie." He loved making her blush. The mill with the water wheel was fascinating after living in a big city for, well, what he remembered of his life. He'd never seen such a thing before. The river's flow turned the wheel turned whatever mechanism was inside it, and it created flour for bread. "I'm going to figure out how to build one," he told Emilie, thinking out loud. That would be a wonderful project. Emilie gave him a sweet and encouraging smile. "Damn, I love you," Luke whispered. He spotted the other pair from their coach, walking over the bridge and approaching the mill. "Hello, you two," he greeted Marcel and Adelaide. "Emilie, Luke, did you try the patisseries at the bakery?" Adelaide nibbled on sweet bread. She stuffed other food items in her dress pockets. "I bought some little cheeses as well, Brie and Swiss." She took a small, round object from her pocket and passed it to Marcel, who opened the wax covering and took a bite. "Never tried these before. Thank you." The coachman gazed down at Adelaide with what Luke believed was adoration. The fellow was smitten. He was glad he hired him. Adelaide put her hand over her mouth while chewing, as if embarrassed. They were sharing cheese together, always a sign of impending l'amour. "I bought a few plain loaves of bread." Emilie showed them a sack of her purchases. "Marcel and Addie, would you like to join us? We're watching the mill's water wheel spin. Luke wants to build one someday." "Lovely idea." Adelaide stepped forward to watch. "You could build it by the river at his honor's estate." "We just gave Felix and Fifi some water and oats. They're resting in the shade of those trees." Marcel pointed to where he moved them. The two horses' tails swayed as they ate from buckets shaded by tall, brilliant green elms. "We'll see you later. We're just going to explore the little town." The two walked away together. Luke watched them disappear around the corner of a Beaumont shop. "You and I are chopped liver. I suppose Adelaide has Prince Charming now." "Luke, I think it's sweet." Emilie reached into the bag and took out a small bread loaf. "She used to feel like a third wheel. Now she has a gentleman escort." "And that means you and I will be in the carriage alone again." Luke lowered his head and kissed Emilie on the lips, soft and deep. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, still grasping her bread loaf. They remained in that spot for some time, kissing, to the gentle sound of the water's flow. Adelaide walked with Marcel through a grove of trees. She wasn't sure how the topic came up, but he was back to discussing strange mythical creatures. "Have you heard of the loup-garou?" "I've heard of wolves, but I've never seen any up close." Adelaide took steps where the grass was shortest, avoiding rocks and brambles. "I've heard stories about wolves from my parents." "About werewolves?" "Oh, no, just ordinary wolves." "You would never want to be near a person infected with loup-garou, at the full moon, even on a night where there are clouds and confusing fog. Brouillard déroutant." Marcel closed his fist and waved it in circles. That was a bit of an odd gesture, she thought. "What are you doing?" "Such pesky little bugs." He swatted at something in front of him, but she didn't see a single gnat or fly. "Must be a lot of humidity today as well, from the fog." The air before them became a little misty and foggy, like a haze of pipe smoke. "Anyway, about the werewolf." Marcel gestured with sweeping enthusiasm. "An infected person transforms into a gigantic wolf on the full moon, looking for victims to tear into pieces. If a person isn't killed by a werewolf, they're infected and become a werewolf. Or a she-wolf, if it were you." He grinned. She shook her head, exasperated. "Why do you like to tell tales about these creatures? First it was dragons, now werewolves. You know, I'm not frightened by this, Marcel. It's all make-believe, and I'm not a child who would take it seriously. I'm more intelligent than people think, you realize." He didn't reply. He hunched over, staring at the ground. Wisps of fog or smoke hung in the air. "Are you all right? You're quiet again." "It's fine." "I'm sorry that I wasn't scared by your stories." She watched his expression with care. "I am entertained by them. They're very cute." "Adelaide." He spoke in a half-whisper, clearly troubled. She ached to know why. "Just tell me. I'll listen to you," she begged him in silent thought. "Remember when I said I had a sister who worked in a palace?" "Yes." "She was a maid, like you. She was killed 3 years ago. A gasp escaped Adelaide's lips. She'd suspected she was deceased, but killed? The thought tore open her heart. I'm so sorry for your loss, Marcel. Thank you. I imagined she was beautiful. Adelaide's heart weighed down with empathy. What was her name? Jacinthe. And yes, she was very beautiful. She left a husband and a little girl who looks like her. You're an uncle? Do you often visit your niece? Yes, I visit her and my brother-in-law often. In fact, they live in the royal couple's castle. They're part of the staff. I'm glad you're going to see them. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing them again. His expression brightened, like embers being stirred to coax a flame. Are you happy that your sister's marrying Monsieur Luc? Of course, very happy. He's like a brother to me. I suppose it's not my concern to ask you such things. Sorry, I don't know many things to ask you. I only know he and Emilie are engaged. There's nothing wrong with asking about my family. Adelaide brushed back a lock of her windblown hair. Don't feel bad. It's a way for us to get to know one another. And yes, Luc's a wonderful man. That's nice to know. Marcel nodded. He seems like a good person. He looked at the ground before him. So sweet. Before she knew it, she'd open her mouth to share more about how Luc defended her and Emilie from harm that day. Last winter, we thought 2 men were going to kill us. Emilie was knocked out when she fell against a tree. One man held a knife to my face, but Luc came like an angel, just in time. He beat the you-know-what out of them. He beat the murder out of them? You can say it. Marcel grinned. Adelaide couldn't help but admire his slight overbite, his white teeth contrasting with his brown complexion. She smiled, a shared moment of levity. Yes, he beat the murder out of those monsters. I tried to fight back, though it was unladylike. He was your hero? His eyebrows furrowed. Very much a hero. He nodded, not speaking, as they walked deeper into the shady trees. Adelaide? Yes? I need to duck into the trees for a moment, to look for something. Do you mind? He bent down to fiddle with something inside his high boot, probably a prickly piece of grass or brambles. Not at all. Look for something. I do hope you find it. She gave him an abashed smile. For all she knew, it was a matter of discretion. He was a man. More wisps of silvery smoke floated about the air. Wait, do you see smoke? She called to him as he stepped into the thick foliage. There could be a fire. I see that. Marcel reached his hand inside his black leather boot, massaging his ankle. I'll look and see where the smoke is coming from. Don't worry. All right. She stood alone and waited as he took off into the trees. Chapter 6. Marcel had expected this looking-glass call to come sooner or later. He'd shrunk his glass down to pocket watch size and stuffed it inside his boot. It burned his ankle with an insistent heat sensation he couldn't ignore. Once he walked away from Adelaide and was alone amongst a thick growth of Normandy oak and evergreens, he pulled the glass out and whispered an enlargement spell, agrandir, to grow it to its normal size. It lit up with a white, foggy glow. Alexis's voice in the glass wasn't loud, but it was clear. Clement, I've had it with your secretiveness and your games. Turn off the damned fog. Alexis, you caught me at a bad time. I'm in the middle of nowhere, miles away, driving the subject to where it can be undone. There's nothing for you to watch. He glanced around the forest and foliage, the dread of his whole predicament causing his toes to chill. Turn it off. Marcel attempted to brush off his demands. Your life must be terribly dull if all you want to do is watch me. I do want to watch you. The officer's voice was unyielding as iron. You're under serious suspicion by Le Conseil. This is a warning, not a joke. Your looking glass is to be open for constant monitoring and communication between us. It's been fogged up for hours at a time, both today and yesterday. All I'm doing is standing here by a village. He'd dearly hoped Alexis would find some new case to occupy himself with now that Mathilde was in prison, or spend all day at Le Conseil headquarters in meetings, or even at home, entertaining his lady companions in carnal delights, as the libertine bachelor officer was apt to do, anything but watch Marcel in his looking-glass. He thought wrong. Alexis's voice raged despite its low volume. If you plan to do the ultimate crime with some woman, or if you're plotting treason with your foolery, Lord Bertrand will appoint another executioner to carry out your death. Young Ignace Paulin has the power to unleash fire from his hands. Marcel kept his breath calm. Alexis, I swear to you, I'm not doing any sort of ultimate crime or treason. Have you ever heard of the town of Beaumont? It's where I am. You can come here yourself. You can sit by me and read my mind to your heart's content, mingle in a crowd of sans-mages, just as I'm doing. Turn off the fog. Alexis's voice hissed. There is no reason to hide your activity unless that activity is suspect. Marcel moved the glass to his left hand. With a deep breath of resignation, he made a fist with his right hand, rotating it 3 times. Arrête. Brouillard de raton, he proclaimed. Stop confusing fog. A simple reversal incantation. Lifting the fog charm would allow Alexis to see him and hear his conversation with the sans-magie passengers. Alexis had made an observation then, all the way from Fontaine and Chantilly. I see you now. You're wearing a white blouse, tan trousers, and boots. But where are you? Luke burst through the foliage of trees, approaching him. Marcel's heart jumped. Luke had gone on a little walk alone in the trees to stretch out his legs and deal with nature when he found the coach driver standing alone with the shiny gold-plated mirror clutched in his hand, speaking to it. How insane are you, my good man? He greeted in a light, mocking manner. Marcel's arm dropped to his side, letting the precious object swing. I'm not insane. I just wanted to check my hair. And talk to yourself? Yes. Luke shook his head, smirking. He'd heard Marcel mumble something about a confusion of fog and making the fog stop.
Poetic drivel.
You just have to be yourself, mon ami. Luke leaned against a tree trunk. Don't try to be fake about things. Stop the idiot tales. Let her know the real you, Marcel. Monsieur Luke, if she fancies you back, it's meant to be. If she doesn't, move on. He took a few long strides forward, throwing his strong arm around the lanky fellow's shoulder. It's better to know early before you become too attached. Adelaide is a good woman. She deserves someone real. Luke felt the man's entire body trembling. He looked as if he were about to throw up from either sickness or terror. Luke clasped his shoulder tighter, shaking it. They couldn't have their driver falling sick halfway through travel. What's wrong, monsieur? Are you ill? A chill breeze hit Luke's face. It felt pleasant in the hot sun. Marcel stared at him with wide, deer in the torchlight's eyes. If you're that lovesick, you need to get a grip, Luke insisted. She's just a girl. One of many. She already likes you. It's clear enough to me. Luke, I hear you. Marcel, where did you go? Adelaide's voice came from somewhere in the distance. Luke steered Marcel closer to her voice, finding her near the village. There you are. Adelaide gave the men a relieved look as they reunited. Luke, thank you for finding him. Did you get lost? Marcel gave a stiff nod and finally spoke. Yes, I was lost in the woods. Another cool breeze rushed across Luke's nose. He glanced at the sky, expecting rain clouds, mostly sun. Did you see something that scared you? Adelaide rushed over to the men and gently stroked Marcel's arm. Oh, you poor thing! Was a fire starting? That foggy smoke is gone. I'll be all right, Adelaide, thank you. Marcel bent to set his mirror in the grass. He drew close to Luke, laying a hand on his shoulder. Can you hold that mirror for me, please? He whispered in his ear. Luke stepped down and picked up the gold-edged mirror, catching his reflection when he turned it. Faint pox scars from his illness last fall remained on his forehead and cheek, nearly invisible. Otherwise, he returned to the heroic, handsome picture of health he once was. We must check again with the Marquis and the family. Luke gestured towards the buildings of Beaumont. Find out what their plans are for the day. If they're done resting, we should be at the palace by tomorrow afternoon. Marcel, I'll drive your coach if you're feeling under the weather. It's no problem. I can drive.
Marcel looked as if he were almost about to faint.
His voice shook. Adelaide gave him a look of care and concern. If you're sick, let Luke drive. Does anything hurt? Do you have a fever? Luke pressed his free hand against the man's forehead. He was chilly as a spring pond. Cold. Damn, it's the opposite. You're an icicle. Just sleep and let me drive, mon ami. He studied the gilded mirror. This must cost a fortune. Where did you buy it? I didn't buy it. Wait. Luke's eyes narrowed. This was real gold plating. He didn't know how he could tell. He just knew. Was the coachman a thief? I think it's very odd for a carriage driver to be carrying priceless gold valuables around like this. What's going on? You're assuming he's a thief, Luke? Adelaide put her hands on her ample hips, her eyes narrowing beneath her pretty bonnet. Just let him have his mirror back. Why do you think he can't afford it as a coachman? Addie is going to be the perfect wife for someone someday, Luke thought. She has the wife posture, the wife voice. Adelaide, please listen. Marcel's voice went tight and tense. I work a second, service that I use the mirror for. Oh. Adelaide's face brightened with levity. Do you do hair for someone? It's what I do for her ladyship. Luke let out a laugh, amused at the thought of the man working as both a coachman and a barber. Marcel didn't react to Luke's laugh. He moved closer to Adelaide and lowered his head to her bonnet's brim, whispering something secretive. Adelaide was the only person who could hear his whisper. Listen, I do not want that mirror back. Please keep your mouth shut about it. He sounded urgent as he burned her with a torrid expression. I'm sorry? Adelaide blinked. It's all right. I'm not angry at you. It's... Luke's decisive voice drew her attention away from their exchange. All right, let's quit wandering in the back of this town and check in with the family. They might be ready soon. Yes, we should. Adelaide gave an expectant look at Marcel, hoping for more about the mysterious mirror. Thank you for walking with me. You're welcome. The three of them headed back to where both carriages had been parked on the narrow road that intersected the tiny village. Adelaide walked between the two men as Luke clutched the mirror. She watched Luke gaze down at his reflection. He must be surely happy that he and Emilie were healed from the worst of the smallpox scars. It had been such a miracle, a blessing. Her sister had always been beautiful, pox scars or not. Luke passed the mirror to his right to give it back to Marcel. You're no thief. I apologize. You can have this back. Adelaide reached to take it into her own hands as she walked between them. Luke, let me. I'll pass it to him. She gave Marcel a silent, what should I do, plea. Steal it away from me, he whispered. This man was getting more peculiar by the minute. What an amazing treasure. Adelaide held the mirror in her hands as she put on the most enthusiastic and cheerful voice she could muster. It's mine now. I could use it for work, styling Lady Evangeline's hair. I don't understand. Luke squinted his eyes. You're giving it to Adelaide? How can you give something so valuable away? You just told both of us you use it. The coachman took fast, shallow breaths. Stress and fear radiated from the poor man like heat haze from a fire. Adelaide decided to take off in a run, gripping the mirror in her hand. Why was he scared of it? Panting, she rushed with quick steps to the carriage, leaving the men behind. Emilie sat inside the coach cab sewing, while Adelaide slipped the mirror inside a travel bag. Was that a mirror? A yellow skirt draped over Emilie's lap as she worked the needle and thread. Did you go shopping? Yes, it's a mirror. Adelaide plopped down in the seat across from her sister, catching her breath. A present for someone? Yes. Well, actually, Marcel gave it to me. He told me I could keep it. Emilie widened her eyes. Really? That's generous and very sweet. Adelaide smiled. Isn't it? He fancies you. Emilie's smile was teasing as she lowered her gaze to her sewing, tugging a needle with her small, skilled fingers. I don't think that's the reason, Emilie, but if he does end up fancying me, I'll let you know. For now, he is a friend. Of course, Addie. Her sister focused back on her task of threading a needle. Adelaide peeked out of the curtain to see Luke and Marcel return to the coach. Luke opened the door and stuck his head in. Emilie, Marcel isn't feeling good. He's under the weather. He asked me to drive for a while. Is that all right with you, chérie? He asked her. Yes, Luke is fine, sweetheart. That's kind of you, said Emilie. He can have my pillows if he wants. Luke and Marcel were talking outside the coach. I want to repair the lock on the coach door, Marcel told Luke. If there's an accident, a faulty lock can cause the door to fly open. Passengers can tumble out. Fatal injuries can happen. Well, all right. That's the last thing we want. Luke climbed inside and took a seat next to Emilie. He wrapped an affectionate arm around her. Emilie folded up the yellow skirt she'd been mending. Marcel tapped and scraped something on the outside door latch. He hummed a little tune, which switched to singing some song under his breath with the lyrics, Serrure de riz, serrure de riz. He doesn't sound sick. Emilie put the folded skirt in a bag. He is. Luke glanced out the window, lowering his voice. I thought he was going to pass out a while ago. Seemed more scared, though. Odder still. He just gave away his pricey mirror to Adelaide. He caught Adelaide's eyes and smirked. Desire makes men do crazy things, believe me. Luke! Adelaide chided him. Monsieur Luke, try to open the door if you please, Marcel called to him. Luke turned the latch. He could not open the door. Your lock works now. Thank you. Would you mind taking over driving, please? Luke climbed from the cab. Of course, mon ami. Sit inside and let Adelaide watch over you. He touched his lady love's hand. Emilie, dear, since I'm taking over driving, would you care to join me for some scenery? I was hoping you'd ask. Emilie folded the garment she'd been mending and laid it in a bag. Adelaide, I do hope he hasn't caught anything that's been going around the city. Adelaide nodded, knowing her concern. That nasty epidemic of disease never went away. Luke and Emilie climbed to the driver's buckboard, giving the carriage a little rocking bounce from the combined weight. Marcel climbed into the cab and took a seat across from Adelaide, collapsing into it. Adelaide leaned forward in her seat, hoping he'd explain the source of his distress to her. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. He buried his face in his hands. Her heart ached. Something was causing this darling man to be in agony, and she was determined to find out what it was. He can't suffer alone. Do you think you could tell me what this is all about? Adelaide chose her words with care. He sat up, raking his hands through his hair. Do you have some ink and quill, or charcoal? He gestured a pen writing with his hands. I do. She rummaged in her bag and found one of the thin quills that she and Emilie used for sketching or writing letters, and an ink bottle. Do you need paper? Yes, merci, and please whisper. The carriage began moving as Luke guided the horses. Do you trust Luke with your dear Felix and Fifi? Adelaide asked in a whisper as she passed him some paper. I'll drive later. He dipped a quill in ink and wrote on the paper. What are you writing? He shot a quick, agonized glance at her, an unloading of some great burden after he'd written for a few minutes. He swiftly passed the note to her. She read the slanted, rapid writing. Do not say anything out loud about that gold mirror. I need you to keep it, either Luke, Emilie, or you, as long as I'm rid of it. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Just a mirror. Don't say anything out loud about this, please. Fondly yours, the man sitting by you. You are beautiful, by the way. He reclined in the opposite seat, taking deep, calm breaths. She resisted the urge to ask any more questions. Thank you for the nice compliment, she whispered. And if you're feeling frightened about anything right now, remember to be brave. Marcel scribbled a second note. She watched his feet and his boots tremble on the carriage floor. A sudden chilly draft breathed through the sun-beaten cab. It felt very comfortable in the warming sun. He ripped the paper as he passed it to her, ink splattered on the coach's floor in his haste. This one is for Emilie. Emilie, this is going to sound strange, but when we get to the palace of the prince, please keep Luke out of the ballroom where he could see the royal couple. Do anything to keep him outside, in this carriage or in the forest. Please just don't let Luke meet or even see the royal couple. It is important. Do not ask or talk about it. Pretend you are sick. Do what you can. Marcel. Adelaide looked at him with confusion. She mouthed, "Why?" He only shook his head, his expression filled with turmoil. Chapter 7.
Emilie sat inside the coach with Adelaide after they stopped in the little town of Oulet.
Outside, cheerful voices of villagers greeted the Marquis and his family. She'd been hit with this unexpected burden, a responsibility she didn't even understand. Keep Luke from seeing the royal couple? The hosts of the party? She leaned close to her sister while Luke was out with the family, running errands. What is it about the royal couple that Luke isn't supposed to see? Emilie spoke in a low whisper. What does Marcel know? Is he going to give us any more clues about this? Shh, we can't discuss it unless it's writing. Adelaide fidgeted with the blue ribbon on her bonnet, winding it around her finger repeatedly. Addie, our coachman's job is to be a coachman, to drive the coach, not to tell us who Luke can and can't meet with when we arrive. Emilie glanced out the window and spotted Marcel striding past, carrying a bucket of oats. He's very nice, and I know you have a fondness for him. But this strange behavior of his is ridiculous. Emilie, Adelaide whispered, I think Luke knows the prince and princess, or he used to know them before he lost his memory, and perhaps Marcel had been the coachman for them before, and that's why he knows that Luke knew them. Did you ask Marcel directly if Luke knew that prince? Shh! Adelaide put a finger to her lips. Please be quiet. Emilie sighed with exasperation. Perhaps Luke himself is a surprise for this prince. It's his birthday ball they were invited to. Addie, this royal might just be... Emilie rummaged for a piece of paper and the quill pen, jotting a note. What if the royal family is where Luke came from before his memory problem? She passed it to her sister. Adelaide read it, her eyes squinting. That could be possible, she whispered. Emilie gestured for the paper and wrote something else. Luke could be the big birthday surprise, being reunited with his family, so he may remember again. The Marquis could be the one behind it all. She watched Adelaide's thoughtful expression as she read it. Wait, let me add something. Adelaide gestured for the pen. When Emilie handed it to her, she jotted a note after Emilie's. This would mean Luke is a royal. That's ridiculous, and it's not a happy thing for Marcel. He was sad and scared about it. I have a frightful feeling about this. Adelaide passed it back to her, a troubled look on her face. Show Marcel these notes, Addie, Emilie whispered. He can tell us if we're close to the answer. The carriage door banged open. Luke's head and broad shoulders burst in. Only a few hours now, and we'll be at the palace. He came in and took a seat next to Emilie. How is my sweetheart? I'm doing well, anxious to be out of this cooped-up carriage. Emilie smiled at Luke as he enveloped her body completely with his bear-like embrace. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her sister fold and pocket the note. Adelaide opened the door latch with a squeak. I'm going to powder my nose just one more time. Quickly, Addie. When Luke turned his face back to Emilie to kiss her, his beard stubble scratched her sensitive cheek. I can't wait until you get a shave. Emilie stroked his chin with her finger. His lips captured hers with a deep kiss, his breath tasting like apples. They parted for a moment before he moved in for a series of softer, languid kisses. Luke, Emilie sighed. This feels scandalous. It's not wrong to show affection. To tell the truth, I may have foolishly bumped lips with other girls in the past, a year ago or so, but I've never truly kissed one. Until you. Luke planted a final kiss on the top of Emilie's forehead. A knock sounded on the carriage door. Yes? Luke pulled away from Emilie, sitting at a respectable distance. Marcel tugged the door open. Monsieur Moreau and Jacques are fixing the Marquis's carriage wheel. It will be another half hour, I'm afraid. Something needs fixing? Luke gave Emilie a look that seemed to say, duty calls. Gathering a few tools in his work-hardy hands, he disembarked from the carriage. I'm going to watch. Emilie disembarked and followed Luke to the noble family's coach. She stood a short distance behind Lady Evangeline and the Marchioness. Luke joined Jacques, tools in hand, as the two crouched down by the wheel and its axles. I hope we won't be late for the party. Evangeline fluttered her pink fan over her face. She wore a simple travel dress, her natural blonde hair pulled into her flat straw bonnet. Its pink ribbon caught the breeze. It would be best if we were a little fashionably late, ma petite, the Marchioness told her daughter. Once we meet with Louis, and Louis reunites with Prince Christopher and his wife, we shall all be ready to announce the surprise. They are second cousins, correct, Maman? Oui, they are indeed. It will be one grand happy family. Emilie stood silent in the presence of the two noble ladies. Perhaps she could try to tell Luke to wait for the family to introduce him to the couple, if he were possibly their relative. Telling Luke that he was supposed to be a royal family member all along, and making him agree to stay hidden from this couple as part of a surprise reunion, was the equivalent of telling a stubborn mule he's truly a Pegasus and making him fly. Felix has had enough oats, Adelaide, Marcel said as she held the feed bucket under the stallion's muzzle. Too much, and they slow down and grow fat and ungraceful. Sorta like me, then. Adelaide gave a light, self-deprecating giggle. She felt the presence of the slim, dark man behind her. His hand lay gently on her shoulder, a warm touch. Adelaide, you are the picture of grace and, beauty. His voice was quiet, with a nervous tremor. Oh? A burst of joy over his words lightened her heart. In an attempt to stay nonchalant, she stared at the horse, who gazed at her with gigantic brown, equine eyes. The odd, smoky haze drifted in the air. Weather, she surmised. And you weren't slow when you helped me get rid of a certain object and took off like a dragon. A racehorse. She turned to face him, crossing her arms over her chest. Dragons again? You insist that they're real, don't you? It's the first thing I thought of. Fiery.
A sheepish little smile lay on his lips.
I'm fiery? She asked, lightly teasing. Well, your hair, it's sort of red in the sun, you know?
His kind brown eyes swept over her face and form.
Thank you. She inhaled a joyful breath as their gazes held. I shall not act like a lovesick schoolgirl over this one. Be sensible, she told herself. Marcel bowed his head and went to the back of the carriage. Well, right now I have to deal with horse cleanup. With a small shovel and bucket, he scraped the ground beneath the animals. I can help you. You want to help me with this? I'm no marchioness or princess or lady, just plain old Adelaide, a servant. Servants are noble people, like my sister. He shoveled all the horse dung in the bucket, his gaze focused on the task. I'm sorry for your loss. Merci. I have something in my pocket. She bent to pick up the bucket after he shoveled horse droppings into it. If I take this bucket to dump in those trees, could you read it and write your reply? I'll read it in the carriage instead. Come inside with me. Marcel secured the shovel on the latch beneath the coach and opened the cab's door. Luke and Emilie are going to think we're up to funny business, Adelaide laughed, setting the bucket down before he ushered her inside. His face lit to a tiny smile again, enough to show his slight overbite. We are. You make me laugh, and I'm running my business, so put it together. We're funny business.
Makes perfect sense.
You wrote a note? A question? The humor drained out of him.
Emilie and I have sort of, what is it called? Theory. We have a theory about Luke. Adelaide pulled out the paper she and Emilie had been writing on and passed it to him. Excuse our chicken scratch. We were in a hurry. Marcel spent a minute reading over it, his eyebrows raised.
Mire de allures, he whispered before he glanced back to her. Sorry, bad language, but you're halfway correct.
We are? Adelaide struggled to keep her voice low. Halfway?
Don't worry about whispering. When we're inside this coach, it's all right to talk now. He looked up. Adelaide noticed wispy smoke in the cab. You're right about part of it. You're only wrong about him being a surprise for the prince's birthday, and the Marquis and his family have nothing to do with this.
So he's,
Well, that I don't know for sure. He sighed and closed his eyes. It's very complicated.
I can tell you're frightened of something. Adelaide reached her fingers out towards his knee, though not touching him. I wish you would tell me more about what's bothering you.
It's nothing.
Just remember, be brave. It's what you wanted me to say.
Marcel gave her a soft, forced smile. Well, you'd think I'm a madman, he said in a near whisper, and then you wouldn't want to spend time with me anymore.
Even if I thought you were mad, I'd still want to spend time with you. Marcel glanced out the window.
They're coming back.
He opened the carriage door and stepped out as Luke and Emilie arrived.
Almost ready?
Luke strode over with his hands full of tools.
Almost.
Marcel went to pick up the bucket of horse droppings.
I need to take a quick run. Horse business. Just go to the coach and make yourself comfortable. I'll drive the rest of the evening.
As he left, Adelaide heard him mumble something that sounded like, "Stop confusing fog."
Well, Addie, Luke smirked at her. Did we just interrupt a private moment?
Oh, Luke. Her future brother-in-law and sister climbed in and took their usual seats, Emilie sewing supplies and garments between them. As Addie sat with Emilie and Luke, she noticed it was no longer smoky in the cab. The little silvery wisps had cleared. After a few minutes, her curiosity about continuing what she and Marcel discussed took over. She exited the coach with a powder my nose comment and ran to a privy. Afterward, she found Marcel near a stable. Marcel?
I'm almost ready.
He fiddled with some latch on the stable's door. Luke and Emilie are waiting for you. The Marquis's coach had already left the village.
I was picking up some extra food for Felix and Fifi.
He gestured at a bucket of oats on the ground.
So, did you remind Emilie about her pretending to be ill?
She shook her head, her mouth opening wide in regret. Oh, no. I forgot.
It's all right. It was my first note to her.
He exhaled a sigh.
And we can't just physically tie him up inside my coach.
He wouldn't let us do that. Adelaide couldn't help laughing a bit. He's Luke, for goodness sake.
Adelaide, do you want the truth?
He leaned close against the building and gestured for her to do the same.
While we're standing right here, close to this stable?
The truth about this would help a great deal.
Here it is.
He took a deep breath and glanced around with caution before he locked his gaze with hers.
I told you before that I have relatives who serve in this prince's castle, my late sister's husband and my niece. So that's why I'm sort of familiar with, well...
Familiar with what?
Prince Christopher and his wife believe that this other prince is dead.
What do you mean? They believe that Luke is dead? Or that he's a prince? I don't believe they know him.
No, of course, he's not dead.
Marcel rubbed his brow.
The other prince, he's exactly like Luke, and they will believe Luke is him, back from the dead.
She inhaled a gasp.
What? If they identify Luke as the prince still alive, his words spilled like a burst dam, they will punish him for the crimes the prince committed before. The prince was a criminal. He shot 2 people. And one of those people was my sister. Alarm shocked through Adelaide's body. Mon Dieu, no. Poor Luke and Emilie? This prince killed your sister? Her voice rose an octave. I don't understand what Luke has to do with something like that. Luke will be charged with crimes he doesn't remember right now as a different person. His face was strained with torment. So it's a case of him looking exactly like the prince.
That wasn't unheard of.
Sort of, in a way. But please don't tell Emilie. Marcel averted his gaze from hers. This is not a simple memory loss. Luke is a completely different man now, though he's in the same physical body the prince was in. In my opinion, the man they will remember is not him. You're certain that Prince is actually Luke? Her heart tightened. It's complicated. But what you're trying to say is that Luke was this prince? Luke killed your sister? Yes and no. He blew out a sigh, looking skyward. Marcel, what is this? Adelaide's voice went to a tense shriek. It's crazy! I know it is, and I'm sorry. I never wanted to hurt Luke or Emilie. He blinked his bloodshot eyes. The notion came to her he was heavily involved in something, and it had nothing to do with his position as a driver. Her voice lowered to a tight whisper. How can you drive him and be friendly to him if he killed your sister? Why are you doing this? I don't know what to say. There's more to it, but I can't. Will we find out anything when we get there? Adelaide fidgeted with her bonnet ribbon, twisting it. Luke can just tell them he's not the prince who was shooting people. That would clear up any misunderstanding. If they don't believe him, we can all vouch for him. And if that doesn't work, he can get a man of the law, a lawyer. I believe that's what they're called. She stopped her flurry of words. They did not affect her friend whatsoever. Marcel's eyes were closed, his dark head bowed. Adelaide, please. This is not something that your lawyers can fix, I'm afraid. She breathed in and out, her distress growing. Don't people get mistaken for others all the time? Can't it be settled? I need us to keep it a secret for now. Tension cracked Marcel's voice. To not alarm them. If there's a way the three of us can keep Luke from seeing the couple, we can try. But for now, the reason must be a secret. I hope I can trust you. She reached to touch his hand with her fingertips. You can trust me. His hand caught her fingers, gripping them for a second before letting go. Her hand tingled with the residual chill of his touch. Thank you, he whispered. Your fingers are cold. Are you sure you're not sick? The temperature all around her had dropped. Perhaps another brisk breeze. No, I'm not sick. And one more thing. He blinked as he fixed her gaze. If something happens to me, if a man named Alexis comes for me, don't forget me. I won't forget you. What? This sounded downright morbid. Is his life in danger? He looked away, staring hard at the clapboards of the stabled building. He made a pointing, waving gesture towards the lower wall. Adelaide took it to be a nervous tic of sorts. You're acting as if your life is being threatened. She shut her eyes tightly as tears strung them. Who is this Alexis person? Whoever it is, I hate him, and I wish I could stick hairpins in his fingernails. Adelaide. What are you not telling me? He pointed downward to the ground. Adelaide, look. What? Look. On the ground was a tiny golden beige kitten, pouncing across the dirt and grass. A kitten! She gasped, enchanted by her favorite sort of pet. Is it a stray? She couldn't prevent herself from bending down to capture the animal, cradling it in her arms. I just can't let it wander and starve to death. What should we do? This cat is in danger of being trampled by the horses here. He gave her a slight smile. I think it wants to be yours. You think so?
She held the furry pet up against her cheek.
Hello, petite chat. Do you have a home? He or she could be yours. Adelaide examined the squirming little cat for a moment, checking beneath its tail. It's a girl, I think. Lucille was a girl, my old cat. Her heart brightened for only a moment. I'm taking her with me. But back to what we were talking about before. This isn't over, Marcel. I wish you'd tell me. It seemed as if he'd very conveniently used the kitten to distract her. Sighing, she hurried back towards the coach, carrying the kitten, while Marcel followed behind her. She found Luke waving his arms madly for the two of them to hurry. I was about to let those horses run and leave you two behind, Luke chided them.
Chapter 8. You have a cat? Luke watched as Adelaide took a seat across from him, a ball of fluff in her arms.
How can she take care of a pet when traveling?
Where did you get a cat? We found her. Adelaide scratched behind its tiny ears. And she's going to be mine now. Unwanted stray cats wander all over villages to starve. We ought to think of a name for her, Emilie suggested. Marie? Luke hoped to be helpful at least. He hoped the cat wouldn't mess up Marcel's coach. The man must be hopelessly love-drunk if he gave in to Adelaide's wish to take in a mangy animal. Adelaide looked at Luke with sad, puffy eyes, as if she'd been crying. Something wrong with that name? It's her senior ladyship's name. What did I say? Luke leaned forward in his seat. You look miserable all of a sudden. Is something wrong? Just not feeling well. She cradled the kitten like a comfort object. Luke, sweetheart, Emilie squeezed his hand. Would you mind going to sit up with Marcel so Adelaide and I can have a private talk? A private talk? Luke asked. Women's matters? Yes, Luke. Adelaide petted the kitten. All right, I understand now. Luke pulled his hand from Emilie's. Anger and sympathy for poor Adelaide rose within him. He just broke your heart, didn't he? Yes, he did. He hasn't started the horses moving yet. I'm going to talk to him. He burst from the carriage and stepped up to the buckboard next to Marcel, startling the man and making him jump. He'd just been mumbling something, but Luke didn't quite catch it. We need to talk, said Luke. Man-to-man sort of talk. Yes? The man's eyebrows raised in an earnest expression. For one thing, we need to get going, and another thing, my dear friend Adelaide does seem to care a lot about you, though the two of you only met recently. I'm glad she does, Michor. Marcel looked ahead of his horses. I feel the same way, but... You do? Then why don't you tell her? Stop being so awkward and strange, mon ami. I told her, in a way. But please, I can't discuss this right now, Michor. He took up the reins, slapping and shaking them. The horses perked their tails up as they pushed on their harnesses. You can call me Luke, like the girls do, and cut the formal Michor nonsense. Marcel nodded, working the reins. Luke watched the horses push forward, the muscles under their hides rippling from the effort. The coach did not move an inch. How odd. Marcel kicked his booted foot on the brake lever. He put on the brake, then released it. The brake is off now. I wonder what's wrong. It's stuck, Luke observed. Another wheel problem. The Marquis is counting on us to follow closely behind them. Why didn't we check these wheels a long time ago? He jumped to the ground and bent to the front wheel, kneeling to lower his face to the earth, examining the underside of the carriage. What is so cold? The ground beneath Luke's knees felt frozen. Cold blasted through his thin summer breeches as he lay his hand under the wheel and felt a solid sheet of ice. Ice? How can there be ice at the end of May? He ran his hand on the earth beneath the coach's underside. It felt as frigid and slick as a pond in the middle of January. He looked over the road ahead. Nothing but warm, dry dirt and gravel. But it wasn't even cold today. That's odd. Marcel narrowed his eyes, straightening his hat on his head. Could it be part of last winter's snow that didn't melt this spring? It's solid ice. I need to light a torch. Monsieur Luke, you can't put a torch under my carriage wheels. You'll risk setting it on fire. I'll find help. Luke slammed open the cab door, rummaging in his supplies for his torch stick, and ran down the tiny village's main road. He sought the first man he saw. Monsieur. Oui, monsieur.
A man in dusty boots and breeches took off his wide-brimmed hat as Luke approached him. "We have a stuck coach," Luke pointed westward. "There's a patch of ice. Is there a stove or hearth I can use to light a torch to get us on our way? I'm part of a marquis's retinue. They expect us to accompany them to Prince Christopher's palace." "Prince Christopher's palace?" "Yes, that's the place. Did you say ice?" The man glanced over towards Marcel's parked carriage. "It's been warm all week." "Come see for yourself." Of course, none of this could get him in trouble. A freak situation of nature. "It's been known to snow in the mountains this time of year." The man extended his hand. "I'm Jean-Claude." Luc Bisset from Paris. He shook the fellow's hand. "A good friend of mine is named Jean." "Fine coach you have there." The man nodded to the carriage. "Is it the prince's or another nobleman's?" "No, it belongs to this gentleman here." Luc waved to Marcel in the driver's seat. "This is Monsieur Clement. He has a carriage business in the city." Marcel and Jean-Claude waved at each other in a casual greeting, while Luc turned his attention to the patch of sleek ice beneath the coach. "What in the absolute? Weather sure gets unpredictable around here," said Jean-Claude in the folksy tone of a farmer whose livelihood depended on it. Not only was a sheet of ice beneath the coach, but more ice had spread over all four wheels, completely adhering the coach to the ground. Luc bent to touch an ice-encrusted wheel. His frigid fingertip was proof that this was, in fact, real. He wiped his finger on his shirt and straightened his posture. "My life, or at least what I remember of it, has been a series of one calamity upon another. You're looking at the unluckiest man in the kingdom."
"Luc, that is quite enough." Emilie chided from the coach window. "I wouldn't say your life has been all bad luck." She and Adelaide stepped out, their faces calm. Adelaide's face was downcast as she hugged her new kitten. The man tipped her wide-brimmed hat at the ladies. "Good evening. This is my fiancée and her sister, the lovely Mademoiselle Fortier." Luc broke into a grin despite himself. "Thank you, Emilie, for the kind reminder to look on the bright side." "You're welcome." Emilie fixed a weary smile on her face, her arms full of her sewing. "The cold feels good to me." Adelaide held the kitten close. "Strange weather, but I don't do well with the hot sun when I travel. It makes me overheat." She studied the bizarre ice-covered wheels. Maman said we'd someday feel too hot in cold weather, but she said we'd be about 40 or more." Someone chuckled at her comment. Luc glanced behind him and saw it was Marcel. "I didn't get what was funny about that." Luc squinted his eyes. "Actually, I didn't get it either." The coachman shrugged. "Just the way she said it. It was cute." Adelaide looked at Marcel with a pleased smile. "Really? Thank you." "Why aren't you furious about this?" Luc gave him a look of exasperation. "It's your coach. This is going to cost you loads if the wheels are destroyed." Marcel shrugged.
C'est la vie.
"It shouldn't take at all for that ice to melt, if you ask me," said Jean-Claude. "If you like, you may take my farm wagon. Montville isn't far." The fellow gestured to a large, simple wagon with 4 horses hitched to it. "Well, good. Let's do that. Ladies, take your belongings and we'll pile in." Luc threw open the door and pulled out handfuls of bags and supplies. Emilie and Adelaide seemed to be balking at the task. "Emilie, please hurry, chérie. As representatives of His Honor's staff, it looks bad to be late." The women fetched their things at a snail's pace, their expressions troubled. "There's nothing we can do, ladies." Luc hefted bags in his arms. "I know a farm wagon is less comfortable, but it is what it is." Jean-Claude led Luc to the farm wagon. Within 15 minutes, they were ready. Luc prepared to drive the team of 4 strong horses. "I appreciate your generosity." Luc reached out to shake the man's hand. "Marcel, are you coming with us?" Marcel leaped down from his vehicle and pet the mane of one of his horses. "I'll wait for the ice to melt. Adelaide, I'll meet you there later." "I'll try." To Luc's great impatience, Adelaide handed the cat to Emilie and rushed back to Marcel. "I know you can't leave Felix and Fifi." Adelaide caught her breath, panting a little after running back to the coach. I understand that, but will you make it to the next town? Don't worry, I have it under control. This ice will melt, and I will fly as fast as I can to reunite with the three of you. Marcel lay his hands on her shoulders. The chill of his hands felt good in the warm, late afternoon sun. Fly? She gave him a teasing smile. Oui, he grinned, as if Felix and Fifi were the son and daughter of Pegasi. I love your spirit. With all that you're going through, I try to keep my spirits up. Adelaide felt she could spend the rest of her life in the depths of those dark eyes of his. You're being really brave. Truly, you are. She put her inhibitions aside and gave him a warm, affectionate, and perfectly chaste hug. He squeezed her around the waist. They embraced for what seemed like a very long, long moment. Adelaide buried her face in the fabric of his white shirt, feeling his firm arms around her. Adelaide, we're leaving, came Luke's voice. I have to go. I have an idea. I can pretend to be sick, then maybe he'll miss the ball. I promise I'll meet you in the village. As hard as it was, she broke from his hug and turned to join Luke and Emilie in the wagon. See you later, Marcel called out to the three of them. Chapter 9.
Luke pushed the farmer's powerful draft horses to do their job faster as he maneuvered a sloping hill.
After he reached the crest, the wagon rolled into a beautiful valley. Late afternoon, sun accented the trees' verdant hues. The silhouette of a church steeple appeared on the blue horizon.
As they passed more fields and farmland, Luke spotted a town ahead.
A rough wooden sign at the roadside bore the name Montville.
The Marquis and his family are stopping at another inn in this town so they can get changed in their finest clothes and freshen up,
Luke told the ladies as they bounced on the rattling buckboard. We're not going directly to the castle? Adelaide asked from behind him. No, Luke called back to her. The Marquis said that the Marchioness doesn't want herself and Lady Evangeline to enter the castle without looking their proper best right away. That's understandable. Emilie gave Luke's hand a brush with her fingers. And we'll need to help them dress and prepare, Addie. We might not have much time before we go on to the castle, but we could change in our good dresses ourselves at the inn.
I'll reserve a room for you two as well. You ladies deserve the royal treatment for a change. Luke punctuated his words with a light chuckle.
Adelaide didn't respond. She remained quiet. Luke considered another pressing issue. The farmer needed his wagon returned soon and empty. Just take in what you need from this wagon. The rest of it I'll try to fit into their honors coach.
They entered the village, this one bigger than Oulette and about the same size as Beaumont. With a similar name, Luke thought.
Another hill country town. He looked to the road ahead and saw the Marquis's coach parked near the town's largest building. What the hell? In those dreams that Luke had been plagued with during his long weeks of smallpox, and during the 2 years before that, he'd seen this street, these buildings. The blacksmith's sign on his right was a black painted shingle with white lettering that read Forgeron. He'd seen it before. That same white clapboard church. Luke rubbed his forehead, then his tired eyes. He slumped forward on the hard, uncomfortable buckboard of the farm wagon, passing the reins from one hand to the other. Luke, are you all right? Emily's dear voice was soft with concern. I don't know, Emilie. I think I'm feeling crazy again. He turned around to look at her, gazing at her sweet face for a source of strength. He reached his hand behind his to take hers. Emilie caressed his hand. We should just stay here for a while instead of going to that ball. Rest in the inn or the shade or... Luke, can you please... Adelaide's voice tensed to almost whining like a child.
He turned to look at her.
She doubled over in her seat, holding the little cat against her middle with a grimace of agony. My stomach is cramping. I don't think I want to attend some royal party tonight. And I don't know what to do with my kitten. I'm sorry, but it hurts. Adelaide, Luke grit his teeth. He rummaged in his bag, took some coins, at least 3 livres, and passed them back to her. There's a druggist's shop behind us on the right. There's enough to buy a small flask of cocaine drops. Emilie, maybe you could pick some up for her. What are cocaine drops?
Adelaide's voice sounded too normal to be in agony.
An elixir supposed to help with pain, according to what Jean told me once. But first, let's find his honor and the ladies. And adopting that cat was a very inconvenient thing for all of us. Adelaide looked like she was about to cry. Luke's attitude softened. I'm sorry things are tough for you, Addie. He craned his neck to face her. I know it's not my business, but I hope everything is going all right with you and Marcel. It's just fine. He's very sweet. Her face pinkened. Luke turned back to face the front, to mind the unfamiliar farmer's horses. He seems the sort of man that could be shy with ladies, just like someone else I know, who was shy with gentlemen. He gave Emilie a knowing caress to her hand. Thank you. I'm going to find some water for Laurette. Adelaide climbed off the large wagon. She seemed to have forgotten to groan in pain for the last moment or two. Pretty name for her, said Emilie, as Adelaide left with the cat and some money for medicines. I'll come with you if you feel ill. She climbed down from the wagon and joined her sister, leaving Luke alone to gaze at the village's buildings. Sitting in the shade, he took off his hat and set it on top of the leather bag next to him. The sight of his dark brown tricorn sitting atop his travel bag was a bit of normalcy. At the moment, his brain was becoming deluged by waves of insanity. Damn, why does this little town seem so ungodly familiar? The Marquis's coach was there, parked at a white clapboard inn with a columned veranda, which he somehow knew. 2 stories with rows of 6-pane windows, green shutters, and a wooden shingle sign that read,
L'Auberge de Montville.
I need to find the Marquis. Luke shook the reins to make the horses walk slower, enough to park the wagon next to the noble family's coach. He disembarked and walked to the inn's door, giving it a few sharp knocks. After he knocked a 3rd time, someone finally answered, pulling open the elegant dark wood door. The man's eyes widened in what Luke thought was horror. Did he still look that bad? His pox scars were mostly healed after all. He thought he was handsome again. Excuse me, monsieur? Luke wished he'd been wearing his hat, so he could tug it down over his forehead. I'm looking for his honor, the Marquis de Brumont. I'm a member of his staff, and we ran into carriage trouble. We're late. The fellow kept looking at Luke as if he were a ghost. Come in, monsieur. May I ask your name? Luke beset. The man opened the door all the way, letting Luke into what looked to be a small cafe or parlor room, nicely furnished, though not ostentatious. The type of place Emilie and Adelaide would surely like to rest in. Déjà vu hit him once more,
As his gaze swept over the layout of the room with its white walls, a black iron fire hearth, and some portrait of some royal fellow.
Why is he so familiar? Luke wrenched his eyes away from the painting of the handsome blue-eyed man in the lace cravat. He looked past the group of a dozen people reclined at tables, drinking tea. In the corner, to his great relief, he spotted the Marquis Henri de Bremont, Marchioness Marie, and Lady Evangeline. The latter nearly unrecognizable with her natural long blonde hair and a simple gray dress. They waved him over. As Luke walked, he could feel stares like daggers on him. Patrons in the parlor cafe set down their teacups and wine glasses. Several pairs of eyes gave him the same look as if he were a ghoulish specter. He quickened his steps to meet with the Marquis's family, preparing to sit near them. Their expressions were of clear discomfort. Evangeline whispered, "What's going on?" to her father. As the tension in the room weighed heavier, Luke crossed his arms and stood up tall, raising his voice over everyone. Well, bonjour to all you good people at ye old Montville Inn, or whatever this establishment is called. You certainly know how to make a traveler feel welcome. He had no need for sarcasm in his tone. The message was clear enough.
The patrons glanced at one another, their expressions either of indignation or confusion.
The Marquis stood up. Monsieur Bisset, I am sorry. He narrowed his eyes at the man who'd answered the door. Monsieur, I know what you're thinking, and I do not want rumors to start. This is Luc Bisset, my head servant. He gestured his hand to Luke as if he were a lawyer arguing his case. Yes, I know there is a resemblance between him and a dead member of His Highness's family. I thought the same myself, but it's a matter of mere coincidence. I ask you to welcome him and the rest of my retinue and treat them with hospitality and respect, please." When he finished his statement, all the people lowered their heads in chagrin. "Thank you so much, Your Honor, for your kind words." Luke spoke softly. The memory of the army major who'd addressed Luke as Your Highness returned to his mind. A simple case of misidentification. Whoever Luke looked like certainly had some enemies in this town. "I beg your pardon?" Luke took on a bold, assertive tone. "He's right. I am not the man, and I can't help my face," he chuckled. "It's the face I was born with, dull as it is." He gave them an apologetic smile, locking repentant eyes with the young lady who'd given him an especially hate-filled scowl. Her demeanor softened. "There are 2 staff maids with us. One is feeling ill." Luke scanned the room for the man he assumed to be the innkeeper. "Would you mind opening a room for them? And do you allow pets? My friend has a cat, a kitten." He smiled at the people, wishing they'd attend to their business and stop staring at him. The patrons glanced from Luke to each other, a few whispering in hushed tones. "You're right," said the innkeeper, his brow knitted. "You couldn't be him." "Merci. I didn't mean to cause any confusion. Room 5 is open." The innkeeper went to the fire hearth and took one remaining black iron key from the wall, handing it to Luke. "Our apologies, monsieur. You are certainly not the dead prince. The Marquis's word has resolved you." His statement was punctuated by more whispers amongst the patrons, nodding in the affirmative. The clear voice of a young lady reached Luke's ears. "He has such humility about him. Did you hear how he asked for a room?" "May I ask who the nobleman in the portrait is?" Luke asked the innkeeper. "It's the late Prince Theodore d'Orleans."
Luke looked at the painting as a dream image and voice haunted him, a voice from the dreams he had when he'd been ill with smallpox. "You should be thankful for what I offer you," an angry, sharp, baritone voice.
"Thank you." Luke swallowed in his throat. "Never met him in my life."
The second statement was more to himself than anyone.
"The room upstairs is small but clean." The man pointed his finger upward.
2 single beds. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused the ladies with you."
The front door opened and Emilie and Adelaide burst in, the latter carrying her kitten. "Luke, there you are!" Adelaide's tired face took on a look of self-consciousness when she saw the people at the tables, mostly well-dressed gentry types, looking up at her and Emilie. Emilie fussed with her skirt. "These are the 2 ladies. They're fellow servants and very travel-weary." Luke held up the key and spoke to them in a lowered tone. "I'll open it up for you while you tend to their ladyships."
"Welcome, mesdames."
The innkeeper picked up 2 wine bottles from a shelf, making his rounds to serve his dining guests. Lady Evangeline and the Marchioness Marie stood from their table to direct Emilie and Adelaide upstairs to tend to their preparations. Adelaide handed Luke her kitten. "Please watch her for me, Luke, while we take care of their ladyships." Luke grinned as the cat hooked its little claws into his shirt. "What are brothers for?" Chapter 10. Emilie and Adelaide dressed and groomed the Marchioness and Lady Evangeline for nearly an hour in their suite, preparing them for the ball. The mother was irritable with the maids being late from carriage trouble, while Evangeline was cheerful, taking the delay in stride. Emilie watched Adelaide's demeanor. Despite claiming to be sick, she suppressed any complaint about her stomach pain and helped the noblewomen with their wigs and makeup, though she seemed quieter than usual. The maids dressed Marie and Evangeline in their intricate layers of garments: stays, lace petticoats, stomachers, yards of silk, assembling each lady's robe à l'anglaise. The Marchioness's pursed-lip look of irritation and impatience caused Emily's heart to sink. It wasn't her fault, or Adelaide's or Luke's fault, that their coach had gotten stuck, after all. On a better note, it was a relief that the family reserved the inn's rooms just for the purpose of refreshing from travel and preparing themselves. The 3 nobles still planned to spend the night in the castle after the ball. They would soon leave, which gave Emilie hope that the 3 servants could spend the night in the inn, skipping the ball altogether since they'd done their job. She was just plain tired, that was all. As soon as they dismissed them to their room, Emilie sank down upon one of the 2 small beds, Fatigue came over her like a dark cloud, sapping her energy. I wish the party were tomorrow instead, she sighed. Adelaide put her hand to her mouth and yawned, slumping in a chair. They watched little Laurette drink the bowl of cream. The innkeeper's maid had been kind enough to find something to feed the pet. Luke must have asked for help. A knock sounded at the door. Luke? It certainly wouldn't be one of the noble family members. Luke, is that you? Emilie asked. Yes, sweetheart. The Marquis informed me that the prince's ball began at 7 o'clock. It's 7:30. We're already late. We know, said Emilie to the closed door. It was unfortunate about Marcel's coach. She cringed, remembering the sour expression on the Marchioness's face. Her ladyship Marie wasn't happy. His honor didn't seem cross at all, Luke replied. They're preparing to head out. I'm going to change into a decent outfit and join him and the ladies in the carriage. Adelaide forced herself to stand from the chair, her face paling. No! She gave a soft gasp. Addie, Luke had heard her protest. I'm about to leave with them to the castle soon. No time to dally. This is truly ridiculous, Emilie thought. Addie, we cannot stop him. Do you wish to come with us, Emilie, or do you want to rest? Luke asked them through the door. The choice is up to you. Emilie sighed. Can you come in and speak to us instead of talking through the door? The brass doorknob turned and Luke came in, still wearing the same rumpled clothes he'd worn all day. You don't exactly look ready. Adelaide studied Luke's clothes before scrunching her face into an agonized grimace. She fell into the chair and bent forward. Oh, my stomach. It hurts so much. Did you buy medication from the druggist? Luke frowned. He and Emilie both watched her lean to the side of the chair, groaning and moaning. Emilie knew Adelaide and her antics enough to ascertain what this was. No different from their childhood. But more concerning was if their ladyships found out Adelaide was feigning illness to avoid going to the castle this night, she'd be surely dismissed from service. I'll cover for her. Emilie working as a maid without her sister at her side would be equivalent to a springtime without blossoms. Luke strode over to kneel beside Adelaide. Mon Dieu, though pain attacks can be killer sometimes, I've had them. It hurts, she cried out with increased fervor, clutching her middle. Rapid footsteps echoed up the stairs before the inn's housekeeper opened the door. Madame, what is it? Oh, my. The lady's eyes widened at the sight of the young woman writhing in pain. Is she in a delicate condition? Yes, of course she is. Luke lay a kind hand on Adelaide's back. Oh, dear. The housekeeper wrung her hands. Congratulations, monsieur, but I hope I can fetch the midwife on time. She's not in labor, madame. Emilie opened her travel bag, pulling out her best dress to wear for the ball. The lady gestured to Luke. But I thought the gentleman said... A line of wrinkles formed beneath her cap. I shall go boil water for tea and find some honey and brandy from the medicine cabinet. She turned and left, disappearing down the hall in rapid steps. What? Adelaide's face went aflame after the maid was gone. Delicate condition? Well, the lady could only assume it. Emilie put her hand over her mouth to hide the threat of a laugh. Adelaide's mouth gaped. For one thing, I'm not Luke's wife, and for another, I never thought I was fat enough for people to assume I'm in advanced delicate condition. Luke shrugged his shoulders. I thought the word delicate meant breakable or small, like a dish or a teacup or something. I highly doubt you're breakable like a dish, Addie. Luke. Emilie cut him off, though with a very sweet voice. Delicate condition means a lady is about to welcome a little baby. Oh. A feeling of slight mortification came over his face. All right. Adelaide sat bent over, still clutching her stomach. That would be the last thing I'd want to have happen over travel. Mamma said I was almost born in a wagon. Luke stood from his kneeling position. True. Just be lucky you're not going through what she thought.
You already have a cat to take care of.
Emilie and Luke caught each other's eyes. Emilie tried to fix her expression to stern to warn Luke to not laugh at her, yet her urge to laugh made her cover her palm over her mouth. I suppose you're right. Adelaide returned to a calm, non-tortured demeanor. She straightened her posture in the chair.
I find it amusing that she thought you were the lucky papa.
Her smile revealed her deception, a play-acting ruse just as Emilie suspected. I hope you get some relief, Addie. Luke stood with his hand on the doorknob. But I am leaving with the Marquis. Whether or not you truly feel sick. He glanced at Emilie and sighed. I'll be on the second floor for a few more minutes if you decide to come with me. I was looking forward to escorting you to a beautiful palace for a nice evening. He closed the door with a soft click, his pained look giving Emilie a stab of remorse. I should go with him. Emilie sat on the bed beside her folded dress. I have a really bad feeling about him meeting the royal couple, Adelaide whispered. Go along with him, please. I think you ought to be by his side and maybe you can try to distract him, guide him to do other things besides see the couple. I don't know. I could try. Emilie clenched her hands. It would be easier without me around. Adelaide plopped down on the other bed. The two of you can wander around the big castle, do wonderful romantic things, kiss in the gardens. She spread out her arms in a luxurious gesture. I'm certain their gardens are even finer than his honors.
It would be romantic.
A feeling of joy and adventure tickled Emilie's fancy. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime event, though the thought of the elite ball, with herself and Luke being such humble folk, made her nervous. Wandering a palace's garden alone with Luke sounded much more inviting to her than a grand ballroom crowded with pannier-wearing, jewel-draped nobles with their noses in the air. I don't want you to miss it. Adelaide gave her a merry smile. Besides, Marcel asked me if he could be my escort to the castle. When the ice melts off his coach, of course. I'm going to shake my blue dress out to fix the wrinkles and put it on in case he makes it. I'm going to talk to Luke. Emilie went to open the door and peeked out. Luke's tall and masculine stature was recognizable in the hallway, his arms crossed, pacing back and forth, still in his wrinkled blouse. Worn-out breeches and scuffed boots. Luke? He whirled around, his black hair untied and long enough to fall past his shoulders. Goodness, he's so handsome like this. Emilie took a deep breath to summon the energy she would need this evening to go to a ball. The man she loved dearly was worth it. I can sleep tomorrow. Adelaide wants me to join you. She'll be fine. His honor's carriage is leaving in about 20 minutes. Luke walked closer to her, his eyes reflecting the same affection she held for him. A flutter went over her heart. Can you change into the nice dress that you bought? The twinkle in his loving blue eyes told her this was a suggestion, not a command. I do want to wear it. Just give me a few minutes. Emilie went back to the bed to unfold and shake out her best pink silk dress and matching petticoat. They were surely wrinkled. Luke stood, sans clothes, in a puddle of water and soap in the small men's bathing room attached to the Marquis' suite. The fragrance of the finest vanilla oil-scented soap filled the tiny closet-like space. He was clean as a whistle. The jug of water was now nearly empty. A bit of soap still lingered in his wet hair. He used the last few drops to rinse it. Monsieur Bisset, you are fortunate that my wife and daughter need to dress and have the maids freshen them up to be fashionably late. Marquis Henri's voice came through the door. He'd been kind enough to let Luke use his suite with its private bathing chamber. Where are the maids at the moment? They are quite welcome to come to the ball. You may be Mademoiselle Emilie's escort. Mademoiselle Adelaide seems to be a bit ill. A half-truth, perhaps. The Marquis's voice echoed from a nearby room. Would you like to borrow one of my coats? I insist. Your Honor, to be honest, I need to go back and return the wagon I borrowed to a farmer just east of Montville. Not yet, be sure. That can all be taken care of tomorrow. I'm asking you to come to the ball with us tonight and to come dressed in the finest way you can manage. As my right-hand man and assistant, of course. I understand, Your Honor. Thank you. Luke almost knocked the clay water pitcher over by kicking it with his large foot in the cramped chamber. I'll be leaving with my ladies and heading to my coach with Monsieur Moreau. It is unfortunate how your coach ran into such trouble. I'll see you in our carriage in 5 minutes, please. Yes, Your Honor. The door closed outside the bathing chamber. Luke rushed out with the drying cloth, put on the clean clothes he saved for this evening, and finally donned the fine charcoal gray coat the Marquis offered him. It was of the best quality. Gold brass buttons, the fabric soft as a feather. He took his tatty old wire comb and fixed and retied his hair, then wrapped the only good white cravat he owned around his neck, one that Emilie had sewed. As he rushed out, he found a mirror near the stair landing and caught his image. The last thing he wanted was to look like a nobleman after the fiasco earlier. He breathed a sigh of relief. He needed a shave.
And his breeches and stockings were clean enough.
But with pilling and knee wear. His black boots had scuff marks with no time for a polish. Should have paid a boy the last time I was in Paris. He rushed to the door of the sisters' guest room and knocked. "One moment. Is that you again, Luke? I'm just getting ready." Emilie's voice came from inside. He waited, joy and relief rushing through him. Finally, the door opened. His lovely fiancée appeared, dressed in her nicest silk gown, a rose pink with ruffled bell sleeves. The skirts gathered in full. Her gown swept across the floor when she moved. Her hair was pulled into a neat pompadour twist with rosebud flowers fastened through, like a little crown. Tendrils of wispy brown hair framed her sweet face. Luke's mouth hung open a bit too long. He may have breathed out a gasp. "My God, you look so beautiful." Emilie was always pretty, even in a drab gray housemaid dress, but this evening she looked like the sweetest rose. He wanted to kiss her that very moment. "Thank you," she beamed, her cheeks glowing, those dear, faint little pox scars visible. "Addie fixed my hair as neat and fast as she could, and I'm all packed to go to the castle. You look so very handsome." Luke put his hands on Emilie's petite shoulders, feeling the delicate fabric. He bent forward and kissed her on the lips, drawing her as close as could be without squeezing the dear life out of her. She threw her arms around his shoulders in a welcoming embrace and deepened their kiss, once, twice, the second one lingering in full. He wanted to almost devour her. Soon enough. "I adore you." Luke pressed another kiss on her forehead, careful to not mess her styled hair. "You two have a wonderful time." Adelaide's weary voice came from behind them. Emilie's beloved sister beamed her usual, "I'm happy for you" smile at their show of affection. She still wore her travel clothes, but she unfolded a lovely blue gown of her own, made of the same fabric as Emilie's. She had it laid out on her bed. "If I don't join you, that means Marcel was too late, or he didn't come by." Sadness for Addie's sake mixed with irritation. Her sister was either acting like a martyr, or she was avoiding the ball for some unknown reason. "So, you don't mind us leaving for a ball? With you left here all alone?" Luke's mouth pierced.
I never thought you were so rudely antisocial.
"I'm not antisocial." Adelaide calmly and nonchalantly shook out her blue dress. The fabric billowed like a blue sheet on a clothesline. "Big royal parties with strangers aren't my favorite thing. If Marcel comes to find me and escorts me, that would be nice." She gave a concerned glance out the window. "If his coach is still stuck and he can't make it, I can just rest. I'll wear my blue dress for your wedding instead." Her dimpled smile bloomed. "It won't go to waste at all." "You don't sound sick anymore, Addie." Luke studied her for a moment. The woman looked decidedly tired, but her posture was normal, her face flushed from the day's sun. "I'm feeling a bit better now."
Mon Dieu, Adelaide.
Luke's eyebrows flew up. He thought he knew Adelaide. He'd always assumed she was a clean-hearted and pious maiden, pure as white mounds of snow. But she would be in an inn, alone. A single lady, and decidedly cheerful about it. The content of that whispered conversation with the coachman before they parted became crystal clear. He expressed his feelings for her, all right. He was rushing over to meet with her when he and Emilie were gone. To indulge in premarital, pre-relationship acts of forcination, something, whatever that word was that Jean called it. "You and Marcel have something scandalous planned?" His voice rose with an accusatory edge. "Luke!" Emilie exclaimed. Adelaide's mouth went wide open. She shook her head, a hurt and angry look shadowing her soft features. "What? No!" I only wish to go to the prince's party if Marcel is my escort. What do you think I am? Luke faltered. I can't understand what your motive would be to stay here alone. You guessed wrong. Adelaide crossed her arms. If I go with the two of you, I'll be a third wheel as always. The single girl, standing there like an awkward wallflower. Don't you understand? I beg your pardon, Adelaide. Luke raked an awkward hand through his hair. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to misread your intentions. You could find gentlemen to dance with, or even us to talk to, Emilie suggested. A sad look shadowed her lovely face. You spent the last minutes in such a rush to fix my hair, Addie, but nothing for yourself. Adelaide draped her blue satin gown over a chair. I don't know how to do the minuet or any of their formal dances. I wouldn't know how to fit in unless I joined the maids in clearing tables and such. This royal fete is for the most elite of the elite, Em. It's not a peasant dance, you'll see. Luke and Emilie exchanged a shared look of uncertainty. There would surely be more of the same nonsense regarding himself and the fact that he looked so much like that royal bastard. Emilie's wide-eyed concern at the moment wasn't exactly reassuring either. You two have a wonderful time. Adelaide reclined on the bed, gathering her kitten in her arms. I brought a book. I'll get acquainted with my cat. I hope you have a splendid evening with your cat. Luke's voice stung with sarcasm. So she's not sick. And she wasn't planning a torrid rendezvous with Marcel. Good. Marcel didn't even seem the type anyway. Luke had mentally put him in the Jean Paquette mold of extremely nice, honorable, and slightly awkward young gentleman. But why would Adelaide miss out on a prince's ball? Of all things. She'd even brought her best gown. Hell, wasn't this what all single young maidens dreamed of? Her refusal still seemed downright rude. I'll be fine. Lonely, but fine. If Marcel shows up, we may surprise you. Adelaide looked at Emilie and mouthed some silent words to her, some secret sister thing. Luke finally left the room with Emilie at his side. She looked like the loveliest angel, though her expression, the stiffness of her body as she walked, belied a cautious tension. He held out his arm for her to take when they were alone in the hallway. Are you nervous? A little. She grasped his elbow with her small fingers. Why would she be all right missing something like this? I know my sister well. She likes to read books alone, just like I love to sew and draw alone. Forgive me for that assumption I made about her, because if it were myself in a village inn alone, back in my wilder days of last year, before I met you, I might add, He stopped, an abashed feeling coming over him. Emily's soft gaze was a gentle admonishment. Let's hurry, Emilie. Luke took hold of Emily's travel bag with one hand and grasped her hand with his other. We have a ball to attend and a castle to stay in tonight. They rushed down the stairs and into the village's street, hand in hand towards the Marquis's family carriage. From the impatient look on the valet Jacques' face, they were ready to go. Chapter 11. Adelaide was now alone, in a strange inn with her new kitten. For the first 30 minutes she enjoyed the peace of this small and simple room, the soft bed with a book she could finish reading, a nightstand where an oil lamp sat. Only a tiny bit of oil was left in the glass-bulbed fixture. She'd need to find a match to light it when twilight came. The surrounding walls were a calming pattern of dove gray and white stripes. There was little color in this room. Even the bedspread was white. Rather boring. She could sleep early if she wished. Disappointment stung her eyes as she glanced at her blue silk dress, draped over the chair nearby, unworn. Her dear coachman friend hadn't shown up to escort her to the ball like a storybook prince after all. Laurette had just made a puddle on the floor near the bed. It's my fault for not taking you out, not yours, petit chat. Adelaide found a little washing closet with a jug of water and, praise heavens, rags. With a bar of soap and a cloth, she cleaned the floor after her cat.
She undid her traveling dress, donned a clean white cotton shift, and readied for bed.
A scratching of claws let her know Laurette was climbing her way up to the bed as well. Tomorrow, Luke and Emilie would return to this town in the morning and pick her up. Adelaide could then join their ladyships to do her job as she came here to do. She looked forward to a different environment at least. tending to Evangeline's hair and makeup in her castle suite. After that, her ladyship would be wined and dined and courted by Prince Louis, while Adelaide and Emilie would have time to do whatever they pleased in the castle, even if it was just sleeping. Not bad. I hope Marcel makes it to the castle. Hopefully, the coachman's fear of Luc being blamed for his sister's tragic death would not come to pass, and then he and Adelaide could relax and socialize. She could help him care for Felix and Fifi in a fine nobleman's stable that smelled of fresh hay. And it could be possible their friendship might blossom into something more in the future. Her cheeks warmed at the notion. Always the silly optimist, but truly, nearly every moment she'd spent with this man put her on cloud 9. And speaking of cloud 9, Emilie and Luc. Adelaide looked to the ceiling, saying a silent prayer as she lay upon the bed and allowed Laurette to crawl all over her. I hope upon hope that this prince misunderstanding with Luc does get cleared up, or doesn't happen at all. Please, God, let Emilie keep him away from whatever person it is who could accuse him of such terrible things. The way Marcel spoke of it, it seemed like they actually believed Luc was the prince who committed a violent crime. As Laurette nestled on her chest, Adelaide stroked the cat's downy fur with her fingers, her mind spinning and stewing over all of this. Emilie deserved a wonderful romantic evening with her love, not having to deal with thump. A loud bang rattled the pane of the inn's window, startling her. The window's surface glistened with a spatter of watery slush, like winter snow. What? A storm? Hailstones? Thunk. Another missile of snow, not hailstones, but clear white snow, pounded the window, the impact loud as a gunshot. Tiny rivers of water ran down the glass as it melted. Adelaide picked up Laurette and set her gently on the window to stand up. Thump! A flurry of snow and tiny beads of ice hit the window, this one higher than the first two. It dawned on her what this was. Something very familiar from her childhood, although in wintertime rather than the 27th of May. Who's throwing snowballs at the window? She looked for a latch to open it, glancing out through the haze of water droplets and melting snow chunks. She spotted something else very familiar. Marcel's coach and horses, and Marcel himself standing outside in the middle of the street next to the coach. Something white was in his hands. Marcel? He held the snowball in one hand, cast his arm back, and hurled it at Adelaide's room window. Whap! Snow exploded on the window pane with such force she feared the window had cracked. She found the latch and pulled the splattered window open before Marcel could throw the 5th snowball. She expected a blast of cold, but the spring weather remained balmy evening air with the fragrance of blossoms. How? What are you doing? She shouted at him. You'll get in a load of trouble if you break something. Adelaide, hurry! He raised his hands to catch her attention. We must arrive at the castle soon. It'll be dark. Please get ready and come out. Oh, my goodness, Marcel! She hung her head out the window, a giggle escaping her throat. For one thing, how did you know which window was ours? Are Luc and Emilie with you? No, they left for the palace. Merda! Marcel swore. He turned to look to the east road, which surely led to the prince's palace. I'm going to be your escort to the ball tonight, but you must hurry, please. Joy and relief fell over her. All right, I'm going to get dressed and come down as soon as I can. Please come down soon. He shaded his eyes with his hands, gazing up at her. He now wore a dashing outfit, a burgundy frock coat, clean white stockings, even buckled black shoes. This was truly going to be a very fancy fete to dress up for. Where did he find time to change? Pressure came over her to hurry and get her dress, hair, and face looking her absolute best in a shake of a horse's tail, and to not forget her kitten in the room when she left. She rushed to pick up her stays, snug, but not so tight as to be uncomfortable. Her stomacher bodice, stockings, white satin and lace petticoat, every single item of clothing on and affixed. She wrapped the lovely azure blue outer dress around her, fumbling with the rows of tiny buttons. She half wished Marcel could run upstairs and help her with all of this, being the only person who knew her in this remote little place. Unfortunately, non-guests weren't allowed up, and he was a man, so that was quite out of the question. Her fingers trembled as she fastened the last 3 little buttons from the blue floral-embroidered stomacher bodice onto her outer dress, attaching the 2 garments to create a whole. Hurry, hurry! Her fingertips fumbled the more she tried to speed up. Thump! Another snowball hit the window. This time it was half open. Wet bits of snow flew in, scattering on the floor. Laurette meowed from her spot on the bed. Marcel! His snowball was a signal of his hurry and impatience for certain. Her mind and fingers tried to cooperate as she fumbled with the last stupid little button. Her shoes weren't on yet, and her hair needed a brush. Fumbling with her cosmetic items on the table, she grabbed her hairbrush and a bit of cosmetic powder and brushed her unruly reddish-brown waves. Her hair fell to just past her shoulders, not long enough for a bun or a chignon. She examined her reflection in the small, oval mirror, satisfied that the color and style of the bodice flattered her quite well. Too well. Her cleavage might draw too many men's eyes. And she only had eyes for one man, the one pitching snowballs at the window, despite it being close to summer. After dusting a bit of powder on her nose and forehead, she patted her cheeks with the rouge puff, giving herself some color. When finished, she quickly packed her belongings to leave. I'm ready, she told her cat. Laurette had no comment. I know, Laurette. I would have wanted to curl my hair into ringlets with curling rags, but I haven't the time. Our carriage and handsome prince await. Adelaide slipped her feet into her good shoes and snatched up her travel bag and the warm little ball of a cat, who clung to the bare skin of her décollage. Do not scratch my best assets. That's a warning. There'd be some golden cat hair on her dress, but that was unimportant right now. Marcel, don't leave without me. She rushed down the stairs and into the lobby filled with tables, which forced her to slow her steps and not draw attention. A group of older men sat smoking pipes and drinking in front of a portrait of some royal man who sort of looked like Luke. Ugh, she hated that man in the painting. Thank you so much, you wretched nobleman, for complicating my friend's life and my sister's, and if you're a murderer, why is your picture on the wall of this inn? The smell of pipe smoke entered her nose, reminding her of Papa, and her steps quickened. The last thing Adelaide wanted was for her gown to absorb the smell of a gentleman's smoking hall. Madame, why the rush? Called a man. Why do you have a cat? I'm mademoiselle, not a madame. She pushed the front door open with Laurette in the crook of her arm. The cat's claw snagged the lace of her dress's bell sleeve, unraveling a strand of it. Marcel! She'd never been happier to see 2 horses, a coach, and a man in her entire life. Adelaide. His face lit up with a wide smile. You look beautiful. I'm honored to be your escort tonight. He called me beautiful again. He said it out loud. Thank you. Tears stung her eyes. I apologize for the childish way I got your attention. His expression was penitent. The innkeeper doesn't let every random fellow upstairs without running a room. She took a deep breath to hold composure, wishing this moment would last forever. You look wonderful. Ouch! Laurette caught her arm with her tiny razor claws. May I hold your kitten and take your bag while you step into the coach? He reached out to take Laurette in his hands. I'm hoping to sit up next to you again. But I'll be driving fast. You might get windblown. I don't mind. She glanced inside the cab. Where's your collection of snowballs? I ran out, unfortunately. How did you get snow when it's so warm? Adelaide rubbed the stinging spot on her forearm from Laurette's claw. Not only that, how did your wheels ice up? They're fine now. Weather can be strange. A hint of a grin lit his face as he held Laurette in one hand and took her travel bag. If you insist, you can join me in the driver's seat. But your friend here must go inside the coach. Sleep tight, little cat. He caged Laurette and Adelaide's baggage inside and shut the door before making a graceful leap on the driver's seat. The combination of his dress coat, black breeches, and white stockings over fit calves and black buckled shoes made her knees weaken. What a beautiful man. She lifted one slipper-clad foot on the step, holding onto the skirts of her dress lest the fabric touch dirt from the horse's harness. Marcel held his hand out. May I assist you? You may, merci. His hand was cool from the snowballs and firm as iron. He pulled her up with a swift tug, and she collided against his shoulder, clutching his arm to steady herself on the buckboard. His burgundy jacket, accented with gold brass buttons, was of a soft velvet fabric, not unlike the seats in the coach cab. "I like your outfit. You look so nice." Abashed, she took her hand off Marcel's shoulder, her face heating. She didn't even need to apply rouge on her cheeks. "Thank you." A very Luke-like grin of self-pride crossed his face as he took up his leather rein straps. He gave them a vigorous slap, propelling the coach forward. It almost pained her heart to look at him. He was perfect in her eyes. He couldn't be the one for her. Another heartbreak surely lay ahead of her, like a precipice at the end of a trail. But she hadn't reached that cliff yet. It was time to enjoy this lovely yet stressful evening. It was the prettiest time of year. She was a young woman with a dashing young man at her side, escorting her to an elegant ball in a nobleman's castle. I never had a feline passenger in my coach before, come to think of it. Marcel seemed to be attempting to initiate light conversation. Weariness remained on his eyes, the same as the past 2 days. I hope Lorette behaves in there. A small animal could do not-so-nice things to plush red velvet seats, she realized. Marcel's expression sobered. Your cat is the least of my worries, Adelaide. With his words, the Luke situation weighed heavily on Adelaide's mind. Over the last hour, she believed it was a minor misunderstanding, rather than the dire doom Marcel had made it out to be. We must be terribly late. No sign yet of a great castle atop the forested hill. What if poor Luke is being accused of the prince's crimes right this moment? I do hope Emilie is distracting him so he doesn't meet the hosts, if he's not supposed to. So do I. Marcel gripped the reins and gave them a firm shake, hurrying his team along. Chapter 12. In the noble family's coach, Luke and Emilie sat squashed next to Marquis Henri. Marchioness Marie and Lady Evangeline occupied the opposite seats. Evangeline's wide, bow-festooned pale green gown and her mother's equally voluminous gold and ivory striped gown took up much of the cab space. Both ladies wore white wigs adorned with faux flowers. Around their necks, they wore multiple tiers of pearl necklaces. Luke recalled the silly fancy he'd taken for Evangeline when he'd first seen her last year. She was truly lovely, her face like an angel, but they had nothing in common. She was 7 years his junior. Emilie, however, was his twin soul. Sitting so very close together, they clasped hands. Your Honor, your ladyships, will you be meeting with Prince Louis tonight? Luke asked. Yes, monsieur.
Lady Evangeline lowered her eyelashes over her rouged cheeks.
We will let you in on our family surprise, Monsieur Basset, said Marquis Henri. When we meet with Prince Louis, he will formally introduce Evangeline to Prince Christopher as his fiancée, which will make her Christopher's cousin-in-law after their wedding in November. Congratulations. Luke bowed his head. Louis is cousin to both Christopher and the king. Marchioness Marie sat straight with her hands crossed in her lap, the stance of a queen, which means any future children of Evangeline's are in line for the throne. That would certainly be an honor. Luke nodded a few times. Evangeline spoke. Only if the king, his future dauphin, then Christopher, then Louis, and then Christopher's future children were all to die at a young age, mother. Her tone was sweet, yet her smile was forced. Whether or not my future children have the throne is not my goal in life. I would venture to say it's yours. The Marchioness gave her a stern look, and the family went silent. Luke tried to suppress a smirk, wondering what Evangeline's goal in life was. It took about an hour for the family coach to advance uphill along the winding main road. Other latecomer carriages and coaches moved along before them. Walls of dense forest surrounded their carriage on both sides. Finally, the turret of a castle came into view, a tall gray-white spire with a pointed, conical top. It pierced the evening sky, much like the Paris church steeples. The déjà vu feeling came over him again. They turned another curve and arrived at the immense palace with its vast maze of gardens and manicured lawns. The main building itself had at least 5 stories. The ground floor, fronted by a wide staircase, featured tall, elegant, pointed windows. As the coach passed over an arched gate into floral gardens, hedgerows, and a fountain, Luke gasped audibly. The worst déjà vu he ever had hit him like a sharp bullet. I know this place. It was in my dreams. He turned to look at Emilie. quiet during the ride. She seemed absorbed in the beauty of the place, gazing out her window. He gasped a breath, overcoming by strange feelings and a knot in his stomach that wasn't all hunger. "Are you all right, Monsieur Bisset?" Henri crossed his silk-clad legs, trying to remain comfortable in the cramped coach. The castle is beautiful, Your Honor," said Luke in a near whisper, tremors coming over his body. "I imagine the place to be like your mansion back home, but this is practically 10 times as big." The Marquis nodded. "Prince Christopher and his wife live among at least 50 servants to keep the castle maintained." "Some rooms must not even be used. It's only one married couple, right?" Luke asked, trying to calm himself. "The 50 or so servants have families of their own, and they all live there as if the palace were a town unto itself." Luke's odd, crazy feeling turned to curiosity. "It is a beautiful palace." As they arrived, stablemen guided them to a parking space on the sloped lawn and tended to the Marquis's horses with the help of Moreau and Jacques. After they stepped out, Emilie and Luke first, and then the Marquis helping his ladies, they walked the half-circle stone path to the front staircase. Well-dressed people milled around the nearby gardens. The dimness of the evening added a comfortable coolness in the break of summer. They neared the stone staircase to the palace's doors. Emilie clutched Luke's arm,
as they always had during their forest walks.
"It's so pretty here, Luke." Emilie gazed with an awe at the gardens. "Adelaide is missing it. The poor thing. I know she would have loved it too. Look at those blossoming trees. Those are her favorite." "Hopefully Marcel will make it and be her Prince Charming. If he finds her back at the end, of course." "I do hope so. It would be so good for us all to be here together tonight." Emilie smiled, cradling his arm in hers as if proud to be showing him off to all the other ladies. It made him feel proud as well. A man in a gray frock coat approached the noble family ahead of them, carrying an open book and a feather quill. He bowed to the guests as they lined up. "Welcome. May I ask your party's name so we may announce you to His Highness?"
The Marquis gave him his family's titles and names with 4 members of their retinue,
indicating Luke, Emilie, Monsieur Moreau, and the valet Jacques. When the man glanced at Luke, his face blanched. "Your Honor, If you please," said the Marquis with an edge in his voice, "I must address this. People in this principality have been mistaking my head servant for the late, and that means sadly deceased, brother of His Highness. I would hope he's treated well." The Marquis looked at Luke, then the usher with his guest book. "I have an idea." "Yes, Your Honor?" "Would you by chance still have masquerade masks from previous balls?" "Yes, Your Grace, we have many. But this party's not a masquerade ball." The man kept staring at Luke. Very well then. I will return in a matter of few minutes with a masquerade mask for this gentleman. Bring 7 for all of us." The Marquis gave a jovial, waving gesture to everyone around him. "I don't want him to be the only one wearing a mask. All of us can feel foolish." 7 masquerade masks. "Please fulfill my request. I am the Marquis and brother of the Marquis Victor de Brumont of Nancy, and my daughter here is a special guest, with a close association to His Highness, Prince Louis Jean-Baptiste. He enjoys masquerade balls very much." "Henri," Marquise Marie wrinkled her forehead. "Just for a few minutes, dear," her husband pleaded. "We are already so dreadfully and rudely late." Marie's tone went harsh. "It must be nearly 9 o'clock. 2 hours late, Henri. Louis is waiting for Evangeline so he can speak to Christopher and announce the engagement. By the time we can speak with them, everyone will be leaving for their guest rooms." "Mother, I love the idea of wearing a mask to surprise Louis." Evangeline smoothed the wide skirt of her ball gown. "I'll wear the mask all evening, except to eat or drink, of course," she giggled. The usher spoke. "I will announce you when I go in. Follow me to the door, s'il vous plaît, and then wait for a few minutes if coming in masked is what you truly wish." The man turned and walked away to honor the Marquis's request. The noble family and Luke walked up the stone staircase. They waited by the great double doors for at least 10 minutes before the usher returned with an armful of colorful, feathery masquerade masks. "I have announced your presence," the usher told them. "It is rather late, but their Highnesses Prince Louis, Prince Christopher, and Princess Rosalind have been waiting patiently to see the three of you before it is too late at night." Emilie and the Marchioness took the pink and yellow eye masks with stick handles. Luke took the largest, a gaudy green mask which covered his eyes, forehead, and nose, and was decorated with bright green feathers. Putting it on, he felt like a ridiculous green bird. This was the Marquis's idea, after all. Evangeline had chosen a white feathered mask. "I love it! Louis will barely recognize me. I shall sneak up on him." Emilie, in good spirits, held her pink mask over her face. She beamed at Luke. "You look like a giant green chicken," she told him fondly. "I aim to please you." A grin spread across his face. It had grown dark by the time the usher finally led them inside the grand foyer, a place of elegance and the fine taste of its young hosts. A bright crystal chandelier hung overhead. The great room featured staircases with gold-plated railings adorned with cherub statues clinging to lamps on each side. The floor was patterned marble. Luke's uneasy "I've been here" feeling intensified. Could he have been this person spoken of? It seems ludicrous. Him, a prince's brother. That would make him a prince himself, which was the joke of the century. Besides, the brother was dead. If he was too uncomfortable here, he could pay his respects to the host for a brief time and then join the castle servants for a drink or two, find a ride back to that village where commoners lived, or just take Emilie for a walk in the gardens, just the two of them, without all the hullabaloo. People's voices and soft music came from a small parlor room to his right. The usher led them all past the staircase and down a gilded hall toward the arched threshold of the most immense room Luke had ever seen. They kept walking. The continued déjà vu of seeing this place in his dreams made Luke's head spin. "Luke, sweetheart?" Emilie hung back from walking any further. "Yes, chérie?" Luke straightened the green mask on his face, covering most of his features. "Would you like to stroll around upstairs?" She gestured to people standing on the second floor's atrium staircase. Luke glanced up through his mask. The people were mainly uniformed servants. "I was planning to follow the family, Emilie. We're their entourage. It may be rude." He gestured to the great archway where the Marquis, Marchioness, and Lady Evangeline had already entered the ballroom with the two other retinue members. Neither Moreau nor Jacques looked back to check on them as they joined the crowd inside. Music and voices wafted from the opened arch door. "I'm not sure." Emilie pulled back a few more steps. "I've always been shy about crowds." She held Luke's elbow tight as if she were drowning and he was a life preserver. Was she that shy? She might still feel shy from when she had smallpox scars. "Emilie, don't be shy. You are so beautiful. Just stay with me." He took a step to urge her ahead. "You're the belle of the ball in my eyes." Adelaide was back in the driver's seat next to her dear coachman. "I've grown to truly adore this man, but he's on a hopeless mission." The mere notion of Luke being a prince who shot someone was beyond ridiculous, and if it weren't, she didn't want to consider what it could do to Emilie. Marcel had put the horses in a full gallop as they left Montville, causing Adelaide's stomach to swoosh with the accelerating speed. "Are Felix and Fifi well rested for this?" she asked him. "No, but they're tough." "Poor things. They must be exhausted." The carriage bumped and rattled as they left the town's main road. It led to a fork dividing into two. Marcel rummaged in the bag on his side of the seat and pulled out a map. "The main road on the right is the one I'm supposed to take, but the one on the left goes directly up the hillside instead of winding." "Which one should we take?" "The left." Marcel gazed at the rough, craggy hill ahead of them, then back at the map. "It's shorter and it leads to the castle as well, so it'll be faster." "Are you sure?" Adelaide thought the left-hand trail looked a little narrow and sparse, more like a footpath than one made for a coach. "I'm sure. Don't worry." He steered his horses to the left. They proceeded along the trail up the hillside. The darkening blue of dusk spread over the sky, a sign of the late hour. Adelaide held tight to the seat's sidearm as the wind rustled her hair. The bumping and rattling beneath them smoothed until the coach felt like it was gliding. How odd. "What is happening with the wheels?" "What do you mean?" "I don't hear them rolling or anything. It's strange." "I think the road is much smoother here." Marcel slapped the reins once more to accelerate the horses. Adelaide clutched the sidearm for dear life as the coach went faster and faster. Felix and Fifi galloped with manes and tails whipping in the wind, their harnesses jingling, but no sounds of hoofbeats. No wheels grinding, no normal feeling of the coach bumping the trail. Ahead of them, the earth appeared rough and rocky. It doesn't look smooth at all. They came upon a particularly large, jagged boulder and passed right over it, gliding as if the coach were suspended a few inches above the earth. "Something's wrong with these wheels." "Don't worry, we're making good time. We'll still be late, but I want to find Luke." She tried to lean over the side to see the wheels. The grass and rocks were a blur beneath them, a dizzy feeling coming over her stomach. It honestly did feel as if the coach were flying. "Marcel, why isn't the coach touching the ground?" Oof! But then it was. Thumps and bumps jolted both of them in their seats as they went around the curve of the hill, through a shady and darkening forest. "I think the smooth road just ended." Marcel jiggled the reins with vigor. "But—" She turned her neck to see the downslope behind her, peppered with rocks and patches of tall grass. "I don't understand. How did we make it up this trail so well?" "My coach is one of the finest that money can buy. My father didn't live cheaply when he was alive." "All right." It was an acceptable answer, maybe. Adelaide had very little experience riding in good coaches herself, after all. Over the years, she and Emilie either traveled by foot or rode, with their parents in their little old jalopy of a buggy. The buggy had been pulled by a shared horse, owned by her Uncle Gilles. After bumping along the grass through thick trees, the trail cleared to a field, and there it was, a vast white building with a pointed turret, dozens of windows, and a garden with the greenest manicured hedgerows and blossom-filled trees. Dozens of other carriages and coaches were lined up in rows along the grass. Stable boys and staff tended to the many horses while their owners were inside enjoying the grand fete with the royal hosts. She marveled at the beauty of it all. "This is the biggest palace I've ever seen. Even the ones in Versailles weren't as huge." "It's my niece's home," said Marcel. "She's a lucky little girl. I can't wait for you to meet her and my brother-in-law." "Neither can I." "Wait. He wants to introduce me to his relatives." He threw her a bright grin. "Now, the difficult part, where to park." They approached the long row of carriages packed close together. The steepness of the hill would make it difficult for him and the horses to maneuver. A stable hand in a tricorn hat rushed towards them and walked along the side of their slowing coach. "Good evening, monsieur and madame. May I assist you with parking?" Marcel breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." The young man, perhaps about Jean Paquette's age or younger, Adelaide thought, waved his arms to guide Marcel, Felix, and Fifi to a narrow spot in the grass, directing them like a conductor until he signaled them to a halt. Once they had parked, Marcel hopped down and helped her with the guide of his hand on hers. "Monsieur," he said to the stable hand, "our pet kitten is inside the coach. I don't know who is in charge of animals, but could someone check on her to feed and water her, along with our team?" "No human passengers?" "No, monsieur, just the lady and I." "We will be pleased to do so, monsieur." The fellow gave them both a little bow of his head. "How sweet to have such royal treatment," Adelaide said as they walked at a quickening pace along the horse-crowded field. She went into a bit of a jog to keep up with Marcel's long and fast strides. When she spoke, her breath was labored. "You said to that boy that they were our cat and our team of horses." "I guess I did." "So I guess he must think you and I are married." He looked at her with a smile as warm as the long day's sun. I don't mind if he thinks that. It would be pleasant to imagine. Adelaide's heart burst into a flurry of butterflies, mixed in with barbs of thorns. A bittersweet combination of pleasure and anticipated pain hit her all at once. It was a good thing people couldn't read one another's minds. He held out his arm for her to take as they walked through the front garden's path lined with hedgerows. The sky had now darkened to twilight. A golden glow of torches along the palace front steps created a romantic atmosphere. This night couldn't be more magical. Please don't let Luke and Emilie run into any problems. It would be all right. She and Marcel were about to join up with Luke and Emilie and have a wonderful time. Her escort's arm was warm and strong in hers. He fixed his gaze upon the top turret of the castle. Once again, she caught the specter of turbulence and pain in his eyes. He walked faster. She quickened her pace. Marcel's footsteps were frantic as he urged Adelaide to match his speed. There it is. That staircase. To the left is the grassy lawn, the spot where Gisant was hit by a bullet meant for Francis 3 years ago, this spring. He and Adelaide ascended the steps. An usher in a gray coat and white wig stood in front of the doors with a book and quill in his hands. The man gestured to stop them. With a surge of tense impatience, Marcel stopped. Please, state your names, Monsieur and Madame. You are late. The fellow poised his oversized feather pen over the book in a most irritating manner. Marcel expected Adelaide to correct the Madame right away, but she remained calm. Monsieur Clement, a relative of Captain Dumont. I'm Mademoiselle Fortier, one of the retinue of Lady Evangeline de Brumont. Adelaide's voice was breathless. She wanted to hurry as well. Good God, Monsieur, do you need to write our names down in your book? We're not nobles. Let us through. He waved them through, finally. They walked through the tall, open doors into the grand foyer. The shiny marble floors, the one Gisant used to sweep and mop with her fellow maids, were elegant as ever. Tonight the floors and hall were graced with clusters of elaborately dressed noble people. Marcel let go of Adelaide's comforting arm. I need to try as hard as I can to keep Luke from seeing the couple. It's extremely important. His honor will explain who Luke is. I don't think we need to worry. Her rosy cheeks and soft eyes were innocent, unknowing. He had no time to explain. I'm sorry, but I must disagree with you. I'm worried. Icy dread wrapped around him, even in the presence of this dear, sweet woman at his side. Prince Renaud, my sister's killer, will come back to life tonight. The good soul that's been living in his body will cease to exist. We're too late. I'm sure they're with his honor, the Marquis. Adelaide spoke in a near whisper as they walked among people. I'm sure he's explaining to them that Luke is not that man. Please don't worry. Is Emilie wearing a pink dress? The familiar dark-haired man head was discernible far away. A black spot in the sea of gray and white wigs. He was escorting a small woman in an elegant but simple pink gown. Yes, Adelaide said softly. Our dresses match in style. They're not the fanciest, but they're the best we have. He turned to look at her. The chandeliers above set off the Titian highlights in her hair. Her cheeks were rose blooms. The cut of her blue gown accentuated her full and alluring body like a goddess or an angel in a painting. She was painfully, heart-achingly beautiful. He tore his gaze away. If only the situation tonight were different. Let's go. He charged ahead, his feet in a near run. He spotted 2 people in the crowd. It had to be Luke and Emilie walking at the end of the hall and about to enter the ballroom. Mira. A group of ladies in wide pannier gowns crowded the ballroom, blocking Marcel's path. Pardon me, mesdames. Excuse me, please. He held out his hand and accidentally shoved the lace-covered shoulder of one of the ladies. Excuse you! What a dreadful, rude young man. A fan snapped and unfurled from one lady's white fingers like a shield. Must be one of the staff, Countess. They're all in a tizzy tonight because of the complaints about the dinner. Marcel? That was Adelaide, struggling to get past the crowd, a few paces behind him. He caught sight of Luke again. Damn, they're in the ballroom now. Breaking into a full run, Marcel rushed across the arched doorway into the enormous room full of music and crowds. There was Luke with Emilie at his side. He wore a green-feathered masquerade mask. That won't help. Where's the princess? The royal host stood just a short distance from where Luke stood, his arm joined with Emilie's. Prince Christopher and Princess Rosalind. Mira, there she is, the woman who will break the spell. Luke held fast to Emily's arm, walking tall and proud across the arched doorway. He held his head high as if he were a king and she was his queen. I feel like a fish out of water. Emily touched the tiny flowers in her hair. I'm so used to being in a maid's uniform and serving at events such as this. Just enjoy tonight, Cherie. Remember, I love you and you're the most beautiful girl in this entire castle as far as I'm concerned. Wait one moment. Luke turned to face Emilie. He grasped her hand, raised it to his lips under the mask's edge, and kissed it. Luke, that was something I never expected from you. I've always wanted to do something like that, in a place like this. He gazed at her sweet face through the green bird mask. Will you be my lady for the evening? He lifted the mask just enough to uncover his mouth. I would love to. She stood on her tiptoes and shamelessly kissed him, on the lips in public.
Prim and proper little Emilie Fortier, of all people.
They stood just inside the threshold before they walked, passing a few tables and meandering among the guests. Crowds of people stood in clusters, talking and drinking, dressed in their finest with vast amounts of lace, ribbon, and pearls, most with their hair done in high pompadours and wigs of white, gray, and platinum blonde. Just like those dreams. I understand now. They told the future. Good. The tables had a mussed-up look, maids and other staff scurrying around, clearing away dishes and napkins. The party was winding down. The dancing had already finished. Musicians played in the corner.
A violinist, a harpsichordist, and a flutist dressed in colorful, medieval troubadour styles,
giving background music for the conversations beneath the golden glow of hundreds of candles. It's all so beautiful, Emilie whispered. Luke scanned the group and found Henri, Marie, and Evangeline. They stood at a long table, talking animatedly with 3 other people, including Prince Louis and a tall man who resembled him. From the distance, Luke could not tell which man was Louis, now Evangeline's betrothed. One of the identical, tall, athletic young men had his back to Luke, wearing a fine black and white suit. He stood next to a young woman in a voluminous lavender silk gown, her hair in golden ringlets on her fair shoulders. Luke led Emilie closer. He caught the eye of the Marquis, who gave him a polite nod and wave. The couple who had their back turned craned their necks around to face Luke. He caught sight of the golden-haired lady, her bright eyes, her angelic face. The girl in my dreams. Luke! A male voice shouted frantically behind him. His beating heart drowned out all voices and sounds. His brain went black. The next instant, he awoke from the blackness with a nearly audible pop in his mind. A fog lifted to clarity, like awakening from a very long, dreaming slumber. His mind, his consciousness, his soul were slapped with an onslaught of memories like a wave crashing into him. Visions, knowledge, emotions. They spilled into his consciousness so quickly that he stumbled, falling to his knees on the marble floor with the shock of it all. Christopher, father, they thought I was never good enough. Only the bastard. You are my son, but not the heir, father used to say. Hope you enjoy hell, father. My nannies and governesses, Mademoiselle, Genevieve, Madame Pauline, a slew of others. Genevieve was younger and kind to me, my favorite, but she was married and left us. Monsieur Barbeau, with his infernal scowl and his cutting remarks about my poor reading. I'm not stupid. I can remember plenty of words, but the letters mix me up. The war, they called me a hero. I killed so many men, strangers. I was skilled and beyond lucky to escape injury. Gerard was killed the second week. The general put a medal around my neck. The day I came home, Rosalind didn't want me anymore. She wanted him. She probably wanted his title, his spot in line for the throne. He always had what I longed for the most. I wanted him dead, brother or not. The wedding, shock and horror sunk into his heart like a stone as the last memories surfaced. The wedding. Oh God, I shot him in the chest. I was shot in the back. Captain Dumont had a good aim. What happened to me? Who was that witch? The feathered mask fell off his face. It made a whispering thud as it hit the marble. His eyes stung. His heart and head pounded. He could barely breathe. Fear swept through his entire being, mixed with regretful guilt. There they were, Rosalind and Christopher, their faces pale with shock. Christopher's mouth hung open, and Rosalind was still beautiful. What have I done? Rosalind? Renaud's choked voice rang loud enough to be heard by those nearby. Renaud, for that was who he was. Luc Basset was still conscious, still alive within him, but the things he dreamed of were now too real.
This is the end of the preview. To listen to the rest of the story, please subscribe to the channel to be notified when the full audiobook launches.